Chapter 508. Some were dressed luxuriously. Some had powerful auras. Some were cold and arrogant. These were the cloud-level guests of Flying Cloud Pavilion, as well as those suspected to be mysterious warriors. Close to 1,000 stood there. Luo Feng gazed into the distance. That Flying Cloud Pavilion leader was trying to please a tall and sturdy general beside him. With Luo Feng's energy-sensing ability, he could tell that general should be Universe Level 9. General Rockwind, everyone is here, the leader said. Rockwind John snorted, following which his cold gaze swept below. Rockwind John? Within the crowd, Luo Feng's ears twitched. He was excited within. He was still thinking of a way to figure out what Rockwind John looked like, in case he got the wrong opponent. But now he saw it clearly. Last night, which one of you barged into the pure Feather family's residence? Rockwind John roared coldly. The group of close to 1,000 people with extraordinary backgrounds all remained silent. Not a single one of them made a sound. On the other hand, Rockwind John, who was sitting on top of the green armored serpent dragon, was scanning everyone below him. Suddenly, he pointed at a cold-looking man in a black robe far away and shouted, "Take that black-robed guy away later." Yes. Beside him, the two deputies replied. General. The black-robed, cold-looking man's expression was ugly, shouting, "General, I'm from Wanyang territory, don't talk nonsense." Rockwind Jean laughed coldly. Your strength, your attire, makes me suspect that you're the culprit that barged into the pure Feather family. That tall guy with messy hair, bring him too. That skinny punk hiding at the side that looks like he's about to die, bring him too. You, him, the one in the white robe. This blue-haired one. Rockwind John consecutively pointed at 10 people. These 10 were all extremely strong, mostly sky-level pinnacles. There were even 2 universe levels. And that black-haired youth, he's strong enough too. Bring him away. Rockwind John pointed at Luo Feng, causing him to frown. In Blood River World, as there was no equipment to detect one's strength, he purely relied on his senses and willpower to hide his strength, purposely releasing a peak star-level energy. He didn't expect to still be pointed at. All right, a total of 58. The culprit could very well be within these 58. Bring them all back to the prison. Rockwind John waved his hand. Luo Feng didn't resist, but followed the other 57 people and was escorted back by the army. In terms of strength, Luo Feng had the confidence to kill Rockwind John and the others, because he had 100% confidence. Naturally, it was very easy. Unless there was no other choice, there was no need to start a massacre in such a public place. What's wrong with General Rockwind? Is this how he catches a murderer? He came to our Flying Clouds Pavilion and found a group of guests. He pointed out a few people he didn't like. You call this catching the murderer? Are you an idiot? General Rockwind is from the Rockwind family. The pure Feather family has lost face, so the Rockwind family can't wait to be happy. Why would they seriously capture him? If they were really serious about arresting people, they would have conducted a thorough investigation last night instead of waiting until now. He was just putting on a show to deal with it. However, those 58 people were unlucky. Inside the Flying Cloud Pavilion, many people were discussing it. Swallow Mound City, within the prison of the general's office. Luo Feng and the other 58 people were grouped in groups of 5 or 6. They were all locked up in different cells. These cells were made from special rocks of Blood River World. These rocks were able to withstand the universe energies and strong gravity. Especially the harder ones, they were able to withstand the attacks of a sky-level, star-level warrior. This is bad luck. I still have to go meet the Wang family leader tomorrow. What do I do now? There were a total of 6 people in Luo Feng's cell. One of them was a fat man dressed in luxurious clothes. He shook his head and sighed. His voice was very loud. The surrounding cells all heard him clearly. We're in big trouble. We're in big trouble. Fatty kept sighing. Shut up. Smelly fatty, lower your voice. The other cells immediately resounded with shouts. The fat man looked outside. Seeing the soldiers looking over, he sighed loudly again. If I don't meet the Wang family leader, this deal of mine will be over. My losses will be huge. What bad luck, it's purely a disaster that fell from the sky. After shouting twice, he finally stopped under the shouts of the others. Luo Feng stood silently in his cell, watching everything unfold. And a few leaders of the guards in the cell began to mutter, "Brothers, the general is just putting on an act by capturing these 58 people. He didn't even interrogate them. He even sent his guards to tell us before to interrogate them. If there's no problem, we'll let some go and leave a few in the cell. Just putting on an act will do." One of the guards said softly, "Did you hear that fat man's shouts? He seems to be doing business, and he's rushing to meet someone. We can extort a huge sum from him. It's a chance. Anyway, he's just putting on an act. It doesn't matter if we leave him out." Several of the leaders of the soldiers guarding the prison laughed at each other and immediately ordered, "Go, bring out the fatty who shouted the loudest. We need to interrogate him properly." "Yes, Lord." The soldiers immediately brought the fat man out. Within the cell, the fat man who was leaning against the cell door looked outside. When he saw a group of soldiers running over, he immediately revealed a smile. One of the soldiers shouted, "The Lord has ordered us to interrogate you properly. Bring him away." Following which, he opened the door and went to bring the fat man away. The fat man turned to the other 5 in the cell and smiled. "Gentlemen, I'll be leaving first. I won't be accompanying you any longer." After which, he leisurely left with the other soldiers. After a while, one of the soldiers ran back and shouted, "The lords have already interrogated him. The one from before has no suspicions. He's already out of the cell. The other 57 of you better explain yourselves well. Those who don't, prepare to spend the rest of your lives in this cell." After which, he turned and left. The fat man has left. Explain well? What explain well? Isn't it just extorting a sum of money? I know. That fat man shouts before we're intentional. You only found out now. You're really stupid. The voices of the various cells resounded. The few leaders hiding in the distance all laughed when they heard the discussions. They ordered, "Bring them one by one. We need to interrogate them properly." Interrogate? It was purely about handing over a sum of money. It all depended on whether it was enough. When it was time to interrogate Luo Feng, he took out a purple blade coin. Immediately, the eyes of the soldiers gleamed. Their attitudes immediately became friendly, and they quickly let him go. During the day, Luo Feng leisurely walked out of the general's cell. He walked one round around the outside of the general's residence. Evening, the sky was dark. Luo Feng, who had been leisurely eating and drinking alone in a restaurant for a long time, finally left. He was walking along the streets of Swallow Mound City amidst the crowds. "It's about time. Last night, I caught pure featherchone. Then today it's dark, and I'll go catch rock wind John." Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. "I'm really looking forward to it. Blood River Crystal? Just what is it like? What kind of wonders does it have to be able to attract the attention of the Virtual Universe Company?" As he had been to the general's residence during the day, he was familiar with it. No wonder the Rockwind family is called a nouveau riche family. This general's residence, in terms of security, is not even 1/10 of the pure feather families. Luo Feng walked within the general's residence, almost like he was walking in his own garden. His silhouette was blurry, disappearing in an instant. As he walked, he shook his head. "I can only sense 3 universe-level warriors." Relying on his familiarity with the ripples of the universe space, he could sense 3 strong energies. And one of them was very familiar to him, because he had seen it during the day. "It's Rockwind John." Luo Feng smiled. Schwa. His silhouette was blurry, floating past the fake mountains and corridors, finally landing on the 3rd level of a luxurious palace within the general's residence. Why is it so hard to break through to the domain level? Big Brother's instructions on how to train. I've done it, and I've done well. Why can't I break through? Big Brother is definitely afraid that I'll reach the domain level and threaten him. Rockwind John's chest was bare. He was only wearing a long robe as he walked up the stairs. He had a lot of things on his mind. When he reached the 3rd level, he casually raised his head and prepared to head back to his study. Suddenly, his body trembled. His eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at the loose-robed, black-haired youth standing on the 3rd level of the palace. "You." Rockwind John's fighting spirit immediately soared to the limit. simultaneously preparing to call for help. However, even though he was shocked, he still had some confidence. Because he himself was a cloud-level pinnacle, universe level 9, warrior, the person before him wasn't much stronger than him. As long as he delayed for a bit, his big brother Rockwind Xiong would be able to rush over. Hua! Luo Feng, who was standing in the distance by the window, instantly appeared before Rockwind Zhan as though he had teleported. His speed was extremely fast, far surpassing a normal universe level 9 speed. Chi, a palm blade, fast as lightning. No! Rockwind Zhan's hand flashed, and a huge blade appeared. He used it as a shield to block with all his might. However, Luo Feng's palm blade was like a dream, instantly piercing into his abdomen and pulling it out. Only then did the shield slowly come over. Everything was like a dream, flashing and disappearing. Illusionary 7 blades. Dutchman's pipe. With Luo Feng's current comprehension of domains and origin laws, he was laughably weak against such techniques. Even with a domain level 1 or 2, there was no need to talk about origin laws for a universe level 9. It was simply a massacre. Rockwind Zhan clutched his abdomen. There was a blade wound there, fresh blood flowed out. That was purely from Luo Feng's palm blade. Rockwind Zhan looked fearfully at Luo Feng. His dantian was destroyed, and his soul was suppressed by an incredibly strong spirit energy. He couldn't even emit a thread of it. How do you do, General Rockwind? Luo Feng smiled as he looked at Rockwind Zhan. Images flashed in Rockwind Zhan's mind. He thought of the scene in Flying Cloud Pavilion. Right, this black-haired man before him. Wasn't he one of the 50 AD picked back then? The second chapter was up. He continued to write the third chapter. Up till now, his monthly votes had increased by 1,400. Tomato needed to write 9 chapters. However, he was still 800 votes away from first. Continue to fight. Chapter 509. It's you. Rockwind Zhan's eyes stared wide. My God, he was just acting to deal with the pure Feather family. And he actually managed to capture such a terrifying person. Rockwind Zhan's eyes gleamed, shouting, Pure Feather Chong was captured by you two? Right, he's already dead. Luo Feng smiled. Dead? Rockwind Zhan's expression immediately grew ugly. Pure Feather Chong was already dead, and this person before him could very well kill him. What to do? Right now his dantian was destroyed, and he had no genetic energy at all, and his soul was completely suppressed by the terrifying spirit energy. Even if he wanted to resist or communicate, there was no way at all. What to do? Rockwind Zhan's expression was ashen. He was in a complete mess. How can I not be killed? Rockwind Zhan looked at the black-haired youth before him. Tell me, I'll definitely do it. Give me 10 Blood River crystals, and I won't kill you. Luo Feng stood there and smiled. Can you do it? Rockwind Zhan couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. 10 crystals? Even my big brother wouldn't be able to take out 10 crystals. However, I have one here. I can give it to you, as long as you spare my life. Even though his dantian was destroyed, he wouldn't die, because the most important thing for a person was his soul. The soul was fine, the body could recover, and the lost genetic energy could be trained back. No, one isn't enough. You have to give me 10. Luo Feng shook his head. You're playing with me. Rockwind Zhan was anxious and furious. Right? I'm just playing with you. Luo Feng said indifferently, Go and die. Rockwind Zhan immediately madly roared. Save me. His powerful body made his roar sound like the rumbling of thunder. The sound waves crazily rushed out in all directions. However, the strong sound waves were blocked by the invisible telekinesis barrier. The telekinesis barrier formed by the telekinesis barrier prevented any sound from passing through. Struggling, what's the use? Luo Feng slapped Rockwind Zhan's head. Genetic energy poured into his head, turning it into a paste. Rockwind Zhan dead. Just what are the Blood River crystals like? Luo Feng's gaze swept past Rockwind Zhan's corpse, immediately finding the storage equipment on him. Without a bank, almost all the warriors of Blood River Continent would place most of their treasures in their storage equipment and carry them with them, because he was the safest. As long as he didn't die, the treasure wouldn't be lost. If he died, the treasures would be meaningless. Not a bad spatial ring. Luo Feng grabbed the space ring, and his spirit energy immediately rushed into it, seeping into it and searching. So rich. It's 10 times richer than the 13 axes. Luo Feng was initially smiling. However, the more he searched, the more he frowned. Within the space ring were large amounts of expensive blade coins and precious weapons. There were also large amounts of treasures packed into chests and chests. However, with a simple spirit energy scan, Luo Feng didn't find any Blood River crystals. The appearance of the Blood River crystal was something Luo Feng had seen before in the general knowledge books. That's impossible. Don't tell me it's not on him. Impossible. Luo Feng carefully searched again, especially one of the chests. There were many crystals in that chest. Luo Feng's spirit energy split into thousands of parts, searching within each crystal. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Luo Feng's face. With a flip of his hand, a round black crystal appeared in his palm. Looking at it, Luo Feng shook his head and smiled. This rock wind John actually disguised the Blood River crystal and threw it into the chest with large amounts of crystals. Those with weak spirit energy control wouldn't be able to discover it. Chi-Chi, the black crystal in his palm, was hit by the needle-like spirit energy attack and immediately began to crack. Very quickly, the layer of black crystal was completely broken, and the Blood River crystal within was revealed. Blood red, the color of blood, the color of life. This was a triangular-shaped crystal that was completely blood red and faintly translucent. There was an invisible ripple coming from it that made one feel as if it was a heartbeat, pulse after pulse. Blood River crystal. Luo Feng looked at the triangular transparent crystal in his hand and couldn't help but exclaim, "How beautiful!" "Who?" Luo Feng waved his hand, and Rock Wind Zhan's body on the ground vanished. Simultaneously, the blood on the ground and the stench of blood in the palace all vanished. Very good. In this short period of time, no one will know that Rock Wind Zhan has already died. Luo Feng smiled. They probably still think that he went somewhere else. When a warrior suddenly went into closed-door training, suddenly disappearing for 1 to 2 years and returning, it was a very normal thing. Even if Rock Wind Zhan was a general, disappearing for 3 to 5 days wouldn't raise any suspicions. So, Luo Feng became a blur and flew out of the window. In an instant, he was already 100 kilometers away. The entire palace was silent. The large amount of soldiers, servants, and guards within the general's residence didn't even know that their general was already dead. When Luo Feng killed Rock Wind Zhan and acquired the Blood River crystal. Swallow Mound City Leader's residence. "Come drink." "Ha, Junior Rock Wind. Long time no see, and you've already become a leader." "I'm really happy. Drink." In the center of the living room, a group of beautiful female dancers were dancing, and 3 men were laughing and drinking. One of them was the city leader with the highest authority in Swallow Mound, Rock Wind Xiong. The other 2 were dressed in silver-gray armor. "Senior, I'm just a leader. How can I compare to you? You've entered the Undying Shrine as a special envoy. No matter where you are in the continent, who dares not give you face?" Rock Wind Xiong laughed loudly. "I'm just a runner." The handsome middle-aged man smiled. "Senior, why did you and Envoy Mo rush back from the Undying Shrine?" Rock Wind Xiong asked curiously. The handsome middle-aged man exchanged glances with the other Envoy Mo beside. He said, "Brother Rock Wind, it's not that we don't want to tell you. It's just that the Undying Shrine has its rules, and we don't dare break them. Actually, the main reason we rushed back this time is because of your teacher, the world leader. I can't tell you anything else. Because it's about my teacher, hence I was arranged to come with old Mo. Since we're passing by, of course we have to meet you." The handsome middle-aged man smiled. "I miss you too," Rock Wind Xiong exclaimed. Speaking of which, as Rock Wind Xiong was chatting with his 2 friends, he didn't even know that his brother had already lost his life. 300,000 km away from Swallow Mound, within the wild grass, Luo Feng sat. 1 Blood River crystal. Luo Feng held the crystal and stared at the incomparably mysterious crystal. The first dangerous level mission is to obtain one crystal, and the reward is 10,000 points. I can use it to exchange for points, or I can absorb it into my body. How do I use it? Without a doubt. Luo Feng smiled. His finger was like a blade, slicing through his left palm. Chi! He sliced a wound, and fresh blood flowed out. Luo Feng took a deep breath and placed the triangular-shaped crystal on his wound. This was the method of absorbing the crystal described in the books. And during his time in Swallow Mound City, Luo Feng had heard others discussing it. This was something everyone on Blood River Continent knew about. The method was simple, but the execution was hard. Is it very hard? Luo Feng looked at his palm. The beautiful and dazzling crystal touched the wound, especially when the fresh blood touched the crystal. Immediately, a formless, peculiar energy burst forth from the crystal. It was almost like an absolute beast that had been suppressed for a long time, fiercely rushed into Luo Feng's body. The originally confident Luo Feng's expression suddenly changed, becoming ferocious. Damn! Luo Feng gritted his teeth. Rumble! An incomparably ferocious willpower descended and entered Luo Feng's consciousness. Kill! Kill! Shouts and roars filled the skies within his consciousness. That incomparably ferocious willpower clashed time and time again with Luo Feng's willpower. This was purely a test of willpower. Willpower and consciousness were different. Consciousness depended on the strength of one's spirit energy, while willpower was purely determined by one's beliefs. A student-level willpower could be even more terrifying than a sector lord's willpower. With just this willpower, you want to defeat me? Luo Feng's voice resounded within his consciousness. Turn to dust. Rumble. Luo Feng's incomparably strong willpower was like a huge mountain, immediately crushing the willpower that roared at him. While doing so, Luo Feng was curious. Consciousness pressure, they're all consciousness attacks. How can just pure willpower rush into my body? Strange? Oh, not good. Rumble. The moment that willpower was crushed by Luo Feng, the true mysterious energy within the crystal exploded. Threads of red threads madly rushed into Luo Feng's body. His body couldn't help but tremble. Luo Feng's facial muscles couldn't help but twitch. His skin would occasionally form a carapace and occasionally break apart with fresh blood. His arms began to expand intensely. Simultaneously, his veins would occasionally become transparent, almost like transparent crystal tubes. Occasionally, they would become pure gold. His muscles were constantly changing. Pain that exceeded the limits. What's going on? Just what's going on with this blood river crystal? Luo Feng roared within. He felt his entire body's temperature reach an unbelievable high, almost like he was about to be burnt to ashes. However, in the blink of an eye, it reached a shocking low temperature, so cold that he couldn't even feel his body. Shishi, Luo Feng's 10 fingernails slowly extended, like metal battle knives. Then it rapidly contracted. At the same time, the 10 fingers changed at the same time. Even the internal bones were changing. The entire palm became like a hoof's claws, and hair slowly grew out. Not just his fingers, even his arms, legs, feet, and face were growing black hair. In just a moment, Luo Feng had turned into a hairy man. But after a few minutes, the hairs quickly shrunk and disappeared. Chi-Chi, black scales appeared on Luo Feng's arms, fingers, legs, feet, and even his face. At the same time, his entire body became stronger and taller. Just what is the blood river crystal? Oh my God! No matter how strong Luo Feng's imagination was, he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. And the absorption process was still continuing. Asterisk, it was the third watch. Have dinner and continue writing. He was still short of 700 votes. Work hard. Chapter 510. Night. The wind was like a blade whistling through the endless wilderness. The grass was low and a silhouette could be seen. His robe was already torn and tattered. However, under the tattered cloth was a powerful body with white energy revolving around it. Inhale. Luo Feng sat cross-legged and took a deep breath. His chest caved in and his stomach bulged out. almost like a huge balloon in his stomach, after which the balloon slowly moved upwards. His stomach caved in and his chest bulged out, after which the huge bulge split into 4 parts and moved toward his arms and legs. His skin caved in and bulged out. It was extremely peculiar. Luo Feng let out a long breath and opened his eyes. I finally made it through. Luo Feng was shocked. Pain? No matter how much pain his body felt, Luo Feng could easily endure it. However, the feeling of absorbing the crystal was something he really didn't like. Because other than the extreme pain, the most annoying thing was Luo Feng realized that his soul and consciousness couldn't control his body. Losing control of his body, such a feeling was something he had never felt before. No matter what, that annoying feeling is finally over. Luo Feng tore off his tattered clothes and carefully looked at his body. No matter how he looked, at least from the outside, there weren't any changes compared to before he absorbed the crystal. The scene of his body constantly changing after absorbing the crystal seemed to have never happened before. It shouldn't be. Luo Feng frowned. Let's test it. Luo Feng gazed into the distance. Spirit energy. Rumble. In the distant wilderness, a huge mountain of land that weighed at least 10 million tons floated up. Moreover, the soil and sand were completely enveloped by spirit energy, not leaking out at all. Under Luo Feng's control, the mountain began to fly continuously in mid-air, following a circular trajectory. There's no difference. Permeability, void, flexibility, toughness. My spirit energy is no different from before. My willpower and consciousness haven't changed either. Luo Feng shook his head. In the night sky, the spinning mountain fell from the sky and smashed into the huge pit he dug earlier. My soul isn't affected, is it my body? Luo Feng frowned and suddenly punched out. Rumble. With a punch, the fist formed a high-pressure shockwave that caused the air to explode. The terrifying shockwave tore away the grass in the wilderness, revealing a few km of bare soil. No changes? Luo Feng squinted his eyes, and the skin on his entire body slightly shook like a wave. All the power in his body was instantly transferred to the end of his right hand, his fist. Taking advantage of the situation, Luo Feng fiercely released all the energy in his body, his fist smashing the air with an ear-piercing explosion. I feel it. Deep within my cells, there's a change. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with glee. This is the evolution of life. Every time a fleshly life form broke through a bottleneck, it would undergo a transition. Breaking through to the star traveler level, breaking through to the star level, breaking through to the universe level. The rest was just a matter of accumulation. My body is still at universe level 9. I haven't broken through the barrier, but my bones, muscles, and every cell in my body have changed. Luo Feng was excited and nervous at the same time, because surpassing the 5 levels from Star Traveler to Sector Lord, the life form evolution was definitely not normal. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was miraculous in books. But the changes deep within his cells were something that even Luo Feng's spirit energy couldn't discern clearly. There's no other way. I can only slowly get used to it and feel it, slowly understand the changes. Luo Feng thought, after which he looked up at the night sky. So, he rushed into the sky and immediately broke through the cloud layer, reaching the 12th cloud level. I'll study the mysteries of my body's changes in the cloud layer. Luo Feng took out his blood shadow blade and began training in the clouds. Swallow Mound City, Flying Cloud Pavilion, Luo Feng's residence. Even though he had consecutively killed 2 of Swallow Mound City's important people, Luo Feng was still leisurely training in his residence. As he was worried about destroying the pavilion, he specially used his spirit energy to form a barrier and train within it. The shockwaves from his fists were all blocked by his spirit energy. Not only could he train his spirit energy, he could also train as much as he wanted. Miraculous. It's indeed miraculous. Luo Feng, who had already begun to feel the miraculous effects of the Blood River Crystal, was very excited. Suddenly, Luo Feng stopped and looked outside through the window. There were two people walking over. It was Nabu and Na Ku. I'll take a break. Elated, Luo Feng walked to the first level. Nabu and Na Ku had just walked out of the courtyard. Lord Feng, come in. Luo Feng smiled and sat down. Lifting his wine glass, he poured himself a cup of Blood River World's local fruit wine and drank a mouthful. The cold feeling filled his entire body, and he smiled comfortably. Why did you rush over so early in the morning? After finding out that Lord Feng had been captured by Rock Wind General, Cuckoo was so anxious that he jumped up. After that, I accompanied him to the prison to visit. Only then did I find out that Lord Feng had already been released. The silver-haired Nabu smiled. Hence, I came early in the morning to visit Lord Feng. Lord Feng, if you have any small problems, feel free to instruct me. Even though I don't have the ability to solve some big problems in Swallowmound City, I can settle most of them. Thanks. Luo Feng smiled. However, there's nothing much right now. Naku. Naku replied. However, his expression wasn't too good. What's going on? Luo Feng smiled and asked. Nabu could tell that this mysterious warrior was in a good mood today. He smiled and explained. Cuckoo, this child, he's met with some problems with his relationship, hence he's upset with himself. Relationship? Luo Feng laughed loudly. Naku, you've fallen out of love. What's falling out of love? Naku looked up at Luo Feng. It's when you're interested in her, but she's not interested in you. Luo Feng lifted his wine glass and drank happily. Right? Beside, Nabu smiled and rubbed his son's head. However, his son Naku dodged unhappily. Nabu smiled. It's just that she doesn't like him. Actually, speaking of it, Naku has given that girl a new lease of life. Thinking about the two of them, I want to laugh. A new lease of life? Luo Feng was shocked. Dad, Naku was unsatisfied. Nabu smiled and explained. This son of mine has always been kind. He likes to bring his guards to restaurants and other chaotic places. He often hears others talk about powerful people. This son of mine started to worship these heroes. Hence he learned from one of them. Some of the heroes robbed the rich to help the poor. He simply gave his family's money to the poor. One of them was a poor family with only one mother and one daughter. My son Ku has always been secretly helping their family. As the girl grew up, Ku grew older. I don't know why this son of mine actually fell for that poor family's daughter. Luo Feng stared. Helping the poor, helping the girl he liked. Naku's face flushed. Not only that, my son has always been secretly giving money to the girl's mother. And he's always doing it behind her back. Nabu shook his head. That girl wanted to train and enter a sect in our city. My son immediately took a large sum of money and secretly gave it to her mother. Just like that, that poor family's girl, from a pitiful little girl, became a genius fighter in the sect. Behind the scenes, my son secretly helped her family for 12 years. And then, Luo Feng was curious. My son secretly fell in love with this girl. That's why he joined this sect. Nabu shook his head. It's a pity just yesterday my son went to confess and was rejected. Luo Feng laughed even more happily. Naka looked angrily at his father. Your father and Lord Feng, can I speak a few words? Nabu stared at his son. Naka could only lower his head. His ears were flushed. Not only that, Nabu said, if this isn't interesting enough, just as my son was rejected and was walking towards the door dejectedly, that girl's mother came to the sect to see her daughter and saw my son. This was interesting. That girl's mother grabbed my son and was very excited, calling him a benefactor. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. That girl ran over. Seeing the situation, she was very curious and asked her mother what benefactor he was. Her mother told her honestly, saying that the one who had been helping her family was my son. Naba laughed. This time, that girl was dumbfounded, and she couldn't believe it, saying that Naku wasn't even 20 yet, but the help had started over 10 years ago. Her mother said, back then it was a rich family kid under the protection of guards who secretly gave money to the poor families. She watched as this rich family kid grew up. Nabu exclaimed, Who would have thought a child's playful attitude actually led to such a scene? What happened next? Luo Feng smiled curiously. How did that girl treat Nako? That girl was very courageous and grateful. Nabu said, that girl directly told my son that you have done a great favor for our family. I'm willing to be your slave. Even if you want, I'll marry you. Everyone's happy. Luo Feng laughed. It hasn't ended yet. Naba laughed and said, my son asked me in a very stylish manner, do you like me? And that girl said, my thoughts are all on the martial path, and I don't have anyone I like. However, the favor you have done for my family, I have no way to repay it. Nabu said, after she finished, my son said, Anako won't force anyone. If you don't like me, I won't force you either. After which, my son immediately turned and left with his guards. Ha! Nabu finished and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Interesting, interesting. Luo Feng laughed too. Father. The youth Naka's face was flushed red, extremely embarrassed and furious. Not bad, Naka, not bad. Luo Feng smiled and praised. Naka gripped his fist, saying seriously, I won't force anyone. However, one day, I'll make her like me, saying that he raised his head, almost as though he was filled with fighting spirit. Ambitious. Luo Feng couldn't hide his smile anymore, laughing along with Nabu beside him. The 4th chapter was up. Continue writing the 5th chapter. Continue fighting. Chapter 511. Luo Feng continued to study for half a month. Only 2 days had passed on Blood River Continent. He finally had a grasp of the benefits of absorbing the crystal. The mysterious energy of the crystal was infused deep into the body's cells, fundamentally causing the body's genes to undergo a special evolution, causing every cell to be infused with a special energy. This energy wasn't genetic energy or spirit energy. It was an unknown energy. As long as he activated this energy, standing on the 2nd level of the pavilion, Luo Feng's upper body was bare. He snorted softly and through the fine control of his cells, along with the countless connections from before, he activated that unknown energy. Immediately, a seemingly simple yet incredibly mysterious blood red engraving appeared on Luo Feng's chest. When it appeared on the surface of his skin, Luo Feng felt as though the world was different. How beautiful! Luo Feng closed his eyes. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, time, space, the many universe origin laws before he absorbed the crystal, even the space and gold that he had some accomplishments in, Luo Feng's spirit energy felt blurry and couldn't compare to the Golden Horned Beast or the Masha Clansman. However, when he activated the engraving on his chest, that feeling became clearer. Even his control of the origin laws became easier. Broken Dream. Luo Feng waved his blade. That bleak blade light was heart-shattering. World's End Path. Endless blade light, able to block 10 million enemies. Hate unquenchable. An incomparably fierce blade light, able to cut through everything that blocked it. Knowing like a drunkard randomly waving his blade, yet also like countless blade shadows floating about. Leisurely, a blurry silhouette accompanied by a blurry blade light. Burial, infused with the will to die. The blade light was heart palpitating. Dutchman's pipe, dancing between life and death, only hoping for a brief moment before death. Luo Feng didn't use his genetic energy, just unleashing his blade techniques within the pavilion. His spirit energy formed a barrier, at least ensuring that his blade techniques wouldn't destroy the surrounding buildings. This feeling is beautiful. Luo Feng opened his eyes. The Blood River Crystal is too powerful. The Blood River Crystal's use was similar to the Masha Clansman's body. Even though the Masha Clansman's comprehension was lower, it could still unleash shocking power. Moreover, comprehending the laws of origin of space would also be much easier. After fusing with the crystal, not only did he feel space, he could feel gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, space, and time much more clearly. Or it could be said that after fusing with the crystal, his connection with the origin energy of the universe was much tighter, and it was much easier to feel. The senses were clearer, causing the Earth deity's comprehension speed to increase in the future. because the closer one was to the universe's origin source, the more powerful one's nomological attacks were. For example, the Masha clan's clone could only use the 100 thread art, but with the same comprehension, the Masha clan's clone could use the 10 thread art. What a pity! The Masha clan's doppelganger's space-type secret technique increases its power by 10 times. Fusing with the Blood River crystal, its power only increases by 20 to 30%. Luo Feng smiled. I can't be too greedy. The Masha clansmen are, after all, the strongest assassins in the universe. How could they be a joke? The reason the Blood River crystal was so heaven-defying was that it could increase one's sensitivity to the laws. Furthermore, the power of every law he used had increased. Absorbing one crystal could raise one's attack by 20 to 30%. Blood Warrior? Black Warrior? Luo Feng pondered. Since there's the legend of the Blood Warrior and Black Warrior, I estimate that after absorbing 3, there'll be special changes. After absorbing 10, there'll be even more shocking changes. Blood River crystals, I'll have to get them now. The more the better. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The Masha clansman was born with it. However, absorbing the crystals was equivalent to creating a being comparable to the Masha clansman. Of course, the further the crystals were absorbed, the harder it got. Otherwise, the Black Warrior wouldn't have become a mere legend. Tonight, I'll go deal with the city leader. Luo Feng's eyes were cold. He's the one with the most crystals in Swallow Mound City. Swallow Mound City, General's residence. The city leader Rock Wind Xiong stood with a gloomy expression on the balcony. Behind him stood the 8 upper echelons of the army respectfully. Speak, where's the general? Rock Wind Xiong said seriously. I've ordered him to go over, but he hasn't. They came to find him. Where did he go? Where did he go? His fair-weather friend Pure Featherchong is dead, and he's still fooling around? Back then, Rock Wind John and Pure Featherchong were indeed the two who played the most crazily. All sorts of despicable acts were too many to count. Plus one was the head of the Pure Feather family, and the other was the general of Swallow Mound City. Who would dare mess with them in Swallow Mound City? City leader, we don't know either. We don't even know about the general's disappearance this time, right? I think the general wanted to play in secret, hence he didn't tell us. The 8 upper echelons said. This bastard. Rock Wind Xiong was fuming. Send the order. The moment the general is discovered, tell him to scram to me. Yes. The 8 upper echelons replied respectfully, after which Rock Wind Xiong's silhouette vanished. At this time, the 8 of them let out a sigh of relief, discussing, what's going on? The general often goes out to cause trouble, but I've never seen the city leader this angry before. He's only disappeared for 2 to 3 days. In the past, disappearing for 10 days to half a month was common. I don't know, but from the looks of it, the city leader has a stomach full of rage. The general is in trouble. The general was indeed in trouble, because the general was already dead. Late at night, Luo Feng stood in the quiet room of his loft. He changed into his black armor, put on his boots, put on his helmet, and even covered his face with his mask. On his back was a shield and a blood shadow blade. City leader Rock Wind Xiong, Domain Lord level 2, he's absorbed a Blood River crystal. Luo Feng thought, even though my domain and origin laws far surpass him, he is after all a Domain Lord. I can't be careless. Against Pure Featherchong, Luo Feng wore a black robe. Against Rockwind General, he wore a normal robe. It was very casual. Only this time, he was fully equipped, including the mask. Because Luo Feng was clear, unless he used his clones, if he just relied on his earth body, this battle would be much more difficult. If it's not difficult, then it'd be boring. Only when I fight higher levels will it be interesting. Luo Feng smiled, after which his body became a blur and he vanished from the pavilion. Swallow Mound City leader's residence, majestic and strict. A demonic silhouette in the dark swiftly headed towards the city leader Rock Wind Xiong's location. As the strongest warrior in the city leader's residence, Rock Wind Xiong naturally didn't use cloud level, universe level, or sky level, star level underlings as bodyguards. Illusionary techniques are more suited for assassination. And I'm after all only a universe level 9. If I fight him head-on, I'll probably be at a disadvantage. If I can assassinate him, that would be great. Luo Feng looked at the distant palace. He could feel through the universe space, that familiar energy that was Rock Wind Xiong's energy. So, Luo Feng wielded the blood shadow blade and immediately vanished within the palace. The tall and sturdy Rock Wind Xiong sat in front of his desk. There were many reports and information on it. Oof. Rock Wind Xiong couldn't help but slam the table and stand up. He paced back and forth in the study room, frowning. My senior brother and that envoy MO, it's rare for them to visit me. I originally wanted to introduce little brother to senior brother and envoy MO. I didn't expect that bastard to actually vanish. No matter how hard I tried, they've already been here for 3 days. They'll be leaving soon. If I still can't find my brother, I'm afraid it'll be a long time before my brother meets the envoys again. Bastard, what a bastard. Rock Wind Xiong got angrier the more he thought about it. These few days, was it easy to entertain the 2 envoys? They were all treated with the best of the best. HM, Rock Wind Xiong's sensitive senses allowed him to feel a sense of energy. He immediately roared, "Who?" Rumble. With Rock Wind Xiong as the center, countless bolts of lightning emanated in all directions, strangely passing through the palace without harming it at all, immediately forming a huge ball of lightning in a 1-kilometer area. Some of the soldiers, servants, and maids were extremely shocked. However, they realized that the lightning didn't harm them at all. However, they all ran in fear towards the huge ball of lightning. Xiao! A blade light immediately flashed within the palace, almost like a huge sickle slicing towards Rock Wind Xiong. At this time, one could vaguely see a warrior completely covered in black armor, waving his blade. Scram! Rock Wind Xiong roared. A purple sledgehammer appeared in his hands, smashing forward with a rumble. Pa! The lightning infused with terrifying lightning energy smashed over, blasting the black armored silhouette away. The explosive energy was like countless arrows shooting in all directions. Immediately, the entire palace exploded with a rumble. Rock Wind Xiong's eyes gleamed coldly. With a purple sledgehammer in each hand, he rushed out of the collapsed palace. He's indeed a domain, Lord Level 2, Domain Level 9, stepping into the gates of the lightning laws. Luo Feng spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as he was blasted out. However, his body recovered in a blink of an eye. His gaze was still calm and cold. Relying on speed, kill him. Shua! Rock Wind Xiong, who had just rushed out, was about to roar, "You!" However, in an instant, an incomparably condensed golden domain emanated out. Space and gold fused together, connecting to the terrifying domain formed by the universe space pressure. This golden domain was like a solid golden wave, almost as though it was one with the universe space, immediately pressuring and destroying the lightning domain. Simultaneously around Rock Wind Xiong, 100 black armored warriors appeared, every one of them wielding a hexagonal shield and a blood shadow blade. Absolute Domain, Time-Space Scribbles 2891 Technique. Chaotic Space Kill. Luo Feng thought within. Space Origin Loss. Rock Wind Xiong, wielding his purple sledgehammers, was shocked when he saw this. Chapter 512. Rock Wind Xiong. His teacher was the World Lord, Sector Lord, Young, who controlled the surrounding 1 billion kilometers area. Even in Blood River World, where the strong were as common as clouds, the Sector Lord was still a terrifying being. Rock Wind Xiong was under Yang's tutelage, hence his knowledge was much higher. With one look, he could tell that this mysterious warrior before him was a genius with high attainments in the space origin laws. He was actually able to unleash over 100 images, just a universe level 9, and he's so powerful. It's simply too... Rock Wind Xiong understood. If such a genius was discovered by the Undying Shrine, he would definitely be nurtured as an elite. It's a pity he's an enemy. The more terrifying the enemy is, the more I have to destroy him. Rock Wind Xiong stood in his original position, wielding his hammers without moving. Luo Feng, who was unleashing the close combat technique Chaotic Space Kill, couldn't help but be shocked. He is, after all, a domain Lord level 2. Just based on the pure explosive speed of his energy, he should be able to survive my move. Why isn't he moving at all? While suspicious, Luo Feng felt a sense of caution within. Hua, 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 hua. The hundreds of illusory body saber techniques were cold and strange. Together with the golden domain that was spreading out, the entire space seemed to be dancing with the saber techniques. In an instant, the saber light seemed to form a shelf of the entire space. It supported the entire space and directly pressed towards Rockwind Xiong. At the same time, the space was shrinking and the saber light was also shrinking. When Rockwind Xiong was trapped, it was as though he was trapped in a small house, being killed by large amounts of blade lights. Time-space scribbles didn't have a name. Chaotic Space Kill was a name Luo Feng made up himself. Ha ha ha! Loud laughter resounded. Rockwind Xiong stood in place, almost as though he was admiring Luo Feng's performance. Rise! Rockwind Xiong's lips curled into a smile. At the same time, countless hidden weapons floated around his body. There were at least a few thousand hidden weapons densely surrounding Rockwind Xiong. Every hidden weapon shone with a cold metallic luster under the illumination of the lightning. The curved blades sent chills down people's spines. What? Luo Feng's expression changed. He originally wanted to rely on speed to kill his opponent. However, to compete with spirit weapons in terms of speed, that was suicide. Go! Rockwind Xiong waved his hand, and instantly, countless curved hidden weapons shot out in all directions. Although the 100-thread flow movement technique was very shocking, it made it hard for people to determine the exact location of the real body, but when countless hidden weapons were shot out, it would be terrible. Although, because of the large number of hidden weapons, the power was weak. However, the opponent was domain Lord level 2. Any one of his weapons could kill a normal universe level 9. Dang! Dang! Luo Feng's silhouette was unpredictable, but there were simply too many hidden weapons. The hexagonal shield in his hand continuously blocked dozens of hidden weapons. Even though most of the force was dissipated, it still affected his movement. Huh! Rockwind Xiong's laughter hadn't even finished when the other flying weapons all changed directions and flew towards Luo Feng. Thousands of spirit energy weapons shot over at the same time. The air shook and exploded. Luo Feng's expression sunk, his eyes staring coldly at Rockwind Xiong. A formless consciousness pressure fiercely collided with Rockwind Xiong's consciousness. Rockwind Xiong only felt his head hurt. The thousands of hidden weapons that were originally controlled by his consciousness immediately lost control. Without the help of spirit energy, these hidden weapons swiftly weakened under the strong air resistance and shocking gravity. And these hidden weapons still followed the inertia and shot forward, allowing Luo Feng to easily dodge them. Hidden weapons that could change direction at any time, and those that just blindly shot in one direction. Naturally, the latter was easier to dodge. Shua! Luo Feng dodged the hidden weapons. Shua! Luo Feng rushed towards Rockwind Xiong. Die! Luo Feng had already reached before Rockwind Xiong. The blood shadow blade in his hand became an incomparably resplendent blade light, slicing straight at Rockwind Xiong's chest. Killing a universe level and killing a domain lord were two different concepts. From a student to a universe level, the soul was always within the consciousness. Hence, the microchip could only be used to control universe-level warriors. The highest level of slave trading was universe-level slaves. And domain lords, their souls were within the singularity. This singularity was also known as the life core. Like Luo Feng, his singularity was one with the core, causing his core to be incomparably sturdy. Breaking through the shackles of the core would be extremely difficult. To kill a domain lord, one had to destroy the life core. However, the life core could exist anywhere in the body. It could be in the head, consciousness, dantian, even in the arms, chest, etc. Hence, to kill a domain lord, one had to first confirm the location of a life core. The consciousness attack from before allowed Luo Feng to confirm the location. Dang! A golden light clashed against Luo Feng's blade light. Damn it! Luo Feng's expression changed, looking at the gloomy and crazy Rock Wind Xiong. His own consciousness was at the pinnacle of Domain Lord, and Rock Wind Xiong too had a Domain Lord level consciousness. Even though it was much weaker than his, they were still Domain Lords. One consciousness attack only affected him for a moment. Consciousness pressure. Only when the difference in level was huge would the effect be obvious. Rock Wind Xiong stared angrily at Luo Feng. Simultaneously, 3 golden lights revolved around him, attacking Luo Feng. How painful! When a fighter meets a spirit reader, it's already difficult, and he's a spirit reader that's a few levels higher than me. Luo Feng understood within that he couldn't win, no matter how strong his comprehension of the origin laws, no matter how powerful his movements. Under the attacks of the spirit weapons that covered the sky and land, he might still have a chance of winning. However, if the opponent was a few levels higher than him, how could he fight? Even if the Golden Horned Beast didn't train in deities of the world and other techniques, just based on its talent, it could at most fight against a human fighter 3 levels higher, and sweep through a human fighter 2 levels higher. Xiao! 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 The 3 golden lights were as fast as lightning. No matter how fast Luo Feng was, he couldn't dodge them. One golden light immediately pierced through Luo Feng's throat, piercing through. Simultaneously, the sharp energy immediately turned his head into mush. Plop! Luo Feng fell. What a terrifying consciousness. Just who is he? His consciousness is even stronger than mine, and his comprehension of the origin laws is so high. Rock Wind Xiong walked to the corpse, looking at it. He was shocked. It's a pity a universe level 9 actually dares to kill me. He's really looking for death. Let me see, just who is it? With a thought, he took off the helmet and lifted it up, revealing the face of a young man. How do you do? The youth suddenly opened his eyes. They were apologetic. Rock Wind Xiong stared wide-eyed and lowered his head. His chest had already been pierced by a blade. It pierced straight into his life core. It's a pity his life core was only that of a normal human. It wasn't as sick as the Golden Horned Beasts. Actually, countless humans' life cores were very weak. How could they compare to the Golden Horned Beast that was born with an internal world? When the Golden Horned Beast was at the Domain Lord level, its internal world exceeded 100,000 kilometers. It was much bigger than Earth. And normal human Domain Lords had only just begun to nurture their internal world. The true birth of the internal world was at the Sector Lord level. To carry such a huge internal world, wouldn't the core be tough? The Domain Lord level 6 Golden Horned Beast, its core, even Domain Lord level 6 warriors would find it hard to break through. Just like back then when Hong and Thunder God entered the Golden Horned Beast body, burning their souls and using spears and blades to attack the core, they couldn't break it. The Sector Lord Pinnacle Golden Horned Beast was still an invincible being amongst the Sector Lords. However, even with its 3 natural talents, even with its inherited memories, even with the heavens treating you well, there would always be difficulties. This caused many generations of Golden Horned Beasts to be stuck at the pinnacle of Sector Lords, unable to break through. Rock Wind Xiong stared wide-eyed. Simultaneously, his entire body went limp, and he knelt down, fresh blood flowing out his chest. You stood before me without any wariness. In an instant I attacked. You couldn't even react. Luo Feng stood up. His throat no longer had any wounds, simultaneously putting on his mask, afraid of revealing his identity, and affecting Nabu and Na Ke. The eyes that were revealed through the mask looked at Rock Wind Xiong's corpse. I don't blame you. I'm afraid not many would have thought a universe level, with his consciousness completely destroyed, would still be alive. Luo Feng looked at the corpse before him, shaking his head. Originally, he didn't want to use any special abilities to kill his opponent. He wanted to use his universe level 9 to fight. However, he didn't expect this Rock Wind Xiong to be a spirit reader. His final assassination attempt was a little unfair. It's a pity I didn't bring the Nan Shan armament. If I had the Nan Shan armament, my strength would rise by many times. Killing him would be a certainty. Luo Feng shook his head. My earth body is indeed not suited for close combat. Following which Luo Feng squatted down and swiftly inspected the corpse, searching for his target, the storage item. That's it. Luo Feng immediately discovered an ornamental tag on Rock Wind Xiong's belt. Immediately taking it down, this metal tag was a storage item. Let's hope there are Blood River crystals. The more the better. Luo Feng's spirit energy immediately drilled into it and began a search. At this time, the 1-kilometer area around the palace was a mess. The palace was in pieces. The surrounding walkways were broken. Many of the pavilions were in ruins, especially in the center. There was a corpse, Rock Wind Xiong's corpse, and the black armored warrior who took the tag off the body and stood there coldly. Not bad. Luo Feng revealed a smile. There are 2 Blood River crystals. Rock Wind Xiong had once absorbed a Blood River crystal. He had thought of ways and means to get the other 2, hoping that one day he could become a blood warrior. Later on, he coincidentally got one more, hence giving it to his brother Rock Wind Xiong. Killing and stealing. How vicious. A cold voice resounded throughout the land and skies. Luo Feng turned to look. In the air, there were 2 figures dressed in silver-gray armor. Both of them had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. P.S. 6th update completed. It was indeed tiring to write. However, Tomato would persevere and continue fighting. Chapter 513. Deep into the night, Pure Feather Family's Purple Fire Deep Wood 3-story building. Pure Feather Tao sat cross-legged with his eyelids drooping, thinking to himself, the news can't be wrong. The 2 envoys from the Undying Shrine are in Swallow Mound City. However, that bastard Rock Wind Xiong won't introduce me to them. This is so troublesome. Just how do I get in contact with the envoys? Rumble. A berserk aura surged from the northeast, causing Pure Feather Tao, who was drooping his eyelids, to lift his head, his eyes looking towards the northeast. His gaze turned into 2 beams of light, directly shattering the closed window of the building, revealing the beautiful scenery of the east. A 1-kilometer-tall lightning ball stood in the middle of the city leader's residence. Lightning crackled, lightning snakes danced. This scene shocked Pure Feather Tao. Not just Pure Feather Tao. Everyone in Swallow Mound City was shocked because there weren't any 1-kilometer-tall buildings in Swallow Mound City. So when the lightning ball appeared, especially in the night, it was extremely obvious. Within a 100 kilometers radius, as long as there wasn't anything obstructing their vision, they could see it. What's going on? Why did Rock Wind Xiong, that bastard, release his domain? What expert did he meet? Pure Feather Tao was shocked, rushing out of the room. Standing in mid-air, looking towards the northeast, Pure Feather Tao's expression kept changing. Just who in Swallow Mound City can make Rock Wind Xiong fight so hard? There aren't any other domain-level warriors, and there are 2 envoys from the Undying Shrine who would be crazy enough to charge over now. Could it be he's fighting with the envoys? Pure Feather Tao didn't know the strength of the envoys. To become an envoy, one had to be a domain level. As for the initial stage, mid-stage, late stage, peak, not sure. Be careful, don't let me get caught up in it. Pure Feather Tao carefully flew over, not daring to release any energy, afraid that the opponent would treat him as an enemy. He had to be careful, because he had no background or support. If he died, the Pure Feather family would be finished. Pure Feather Tao was very clear on the importance of preserving his life. Actually, Luo Feng and Rock Wind Xiong's battle. At their level, they could exchange tens of blows in a second or 2. The entire battle from start to finish, including Luo Feng's final blade attack. The one that took the longest time was actually Luo Feng's final blade attack, because he had to wait for Rock Wind Xiong to walk over. The entire battle only lasted a few dozen seconds. The air exploded, thunder and lightning shot in all directions. Energy flew everywhere, and golden waves of energy dazzled. The luxurious pavilions and flower beds were blasted into pieces, and the entire city lord's mansion fell into endless fear. Pure Feather Tao, however, sneaked over. As he was careful, He hid behind the collapsed palace and looked into the distance. At this time, Luo Feng was retrieving his storage item. Space storage device? Pure Feather Tao's eyes immediately turned red. Rock Wind Xiong's countless treasures are all inside. He is the doted disciple of the world leader, and after becoming the city leader, he must have gotten quite a bit. All of his treasures were inside, and this black-armored man doesn't seem to have a very strong aura. Are you doing it or not? Pure Feather Tao gritted his teeth, staring at the black-armored man in the distance. Hesitation. Hesitation. Do it. Pure Feather Tao's eyes turned red. If he didn't rush out now, when would he? Just as he was about to rush out, Pure Feather Tao felt two huge auras swiftly descend. He couldn't help but turn a look, only to see two silver-gray silhouettes standing in the night sky. However, the silver-gray armor they were wearing was the symbol of the Undying Shrine envoys. Especially the terrifying aura they emitted made one's heart palpitate. So strong. These two are stronger than me. Pure Feather Tao's expression immediately changed. These two are probably at the pinnacle of domain level. His greed from before was immediately scared away. Let me see if there's any chance of getting any benefits. Pure Feather Tao retracted his aura and hid there. When one's strength reaches the domain level, Domain Lord level, the core of the body is the life core, singularity. One's aura can be completely retracted within. The outside world has no way to detect it at all. Just like some instruments that measure one's strength, they can at most accurately measure student level to universe level. As for domain and sector lord levels, they have no way to accurately detect them, unless the opponent voluntarily releases his aura. So strong. Pure Feather Tao's eyes twitched. Dressed in black armor, boots, helmet, and mask, Luo Feng was fully equipped. These two. Luo Feng looked up at the two in the silver-gray armor floating in mid-air. They were obviously enraged. The energy they emitted made one's heart tremble. They're at least Domain Lord level 7 or 8. Maybe even Domain Lord level 9. It's a little troublesome. Right? It was just troublesome. Luo Feng never wanted to use the Masha clansman. He only wanted to train himself. However, the moment one's life was threatened, who would foolishly send themselves to their deaths? With the Masha clansman's strength, especially that six-space law ability unleashed, if they wanted to escape, these two had no way of stopping them. You two, must we fight? Luo Feng looked at the two in the sky. Haha, you've already killed my junior. Don't tell me you want me to let you go. The handsome middle-aged man in the night sky raged. The two envoys from the Undying Shrine in the night sky had terrifying auras. I didn't expect this. The other man beside communicated, Brother Yu, I'm very sorry. I didn't expect this to happen either. Oldemo, it's not your fault. I was too careless. The handsome man hated within. These past 2 to 3 days, they had been treated extremely well by Rock Wind Xiong. Especially tonight, they even invited the legendary mermaid from the Demon Ocean to sing for them and serve them to bed. These mermaids belonged to the pinnacle of women of Blood River Continent. They could shed their fishtails and become human, and after touching water, they could regrow their fishtails. And their singing was incomparably moving. It was definitely an enjoyment. However, fish beauties could only be found in Demon Ocean. Demon Ocean belonged to an extremely terrifying region of Blood River Continent. Wanting to capture a fish beauty alive was extremely difficult. Hence, fish beauties were sought after by many powerful people in Blood River Continent. They were envoys from the Undying Shrine. They usually didn't have such freedom in the Undying Shrine. Now that they saw the mermaid, they naturally didn't mind enjoying themselves. The two of them were enjoying themselves very much. Suddenly, they felt a powerful energy explode in the distance. At that time, they were too lazy to move, and they also believed within this world there was probably no one who would dare mess with the disciple of the world leader CEO, Rock Wind Xiong. They believed Rock Wind Xiong would be able to deal with it. However, later on, they felt the energy in the distance was too strong, too strong. The rumbling and explosion made the two of them leave their beds unhappily and come out to take a look. By the time they arrived, Rockwind Xiong was already dead. Within the city leader's residence, the atmosphere was extremely tense. You two are my targets. I'm too lazy to kill. Don't force me to act. Luo Feng looked at the two in mid-air and immediately rushed into the sky. Trying to escape? The handsome man in the air shouted angrily. At the same time, he transmitted a voice to the special envoy beside him. Old Emo, he killed my junior brother. Leave this matter to me. Help me watch. I'm worried this punk has some way to escape. Just pay attention. Don't let him escape. Brother you, leave it to me. Don't worry. Envoy Emo nodded. These few days, he had been treated very well. With Rockwind Xiong dead, Envoy Emo naturally wanted to help. As Luo Feng rushed into the sky, he noticed the handsome man rushing over with killing intent. He couldn't help but frown. You're really forcing me. Since you're looking for death, then I'll send you to your death. The Masha clansmen in the internal world had already become exactly the same as Luo Feng outside. He too wielded the Blood Shadow Blade and war armor. This armor, blade, and shield weren't considered high-level weapons in the Virtual Universe Company. They were all specially made for this trip to Blood River World. As they were very cheap, they ordered 10 sets at once. Just in case one of them broke, there would be replacements. Switch. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Shua. Luo Feng's earth body in the external world and the Masha clansmen in the internal world immediately switched. The earth body entered the internal world, while the Masha clansmen came out of the external world. Such an instant switch, along with Luo Feng's extreme speed, one couldn't even see the changes clearly. His aura has been kept. Swiftly chasing up, Envoy Yu felt the black armored warrior's aura retract from the universe level 9. He couldn't feel it at all. I'm at the pinnacle of domain level. Unless he's world level, he'll definitely die. A blade suddenly appeared in Envoy Yu's hand. He immediately caught up to the black armored Luo Feng and raged. You sure have guts. In this world, only us seniors and juniors kill others. We've never been bullied before. Go and die. Rumble. Masha Luo Feng's lips curled into a smile. That incomparably beautiful feeling in the universe was like a fish swimming in water or a baby in his mother's embrace. That feeling of being one with him made Luo Feng clearly feel an incomparably powerful aura coming from behind. I guess it's really a domain, Lord level 9. Masha Luo Feng smiled coldly. The strongest assassin clan in the universe, along with my research on the 9 universe tablet. I'll let you have a look. Masha Luo Feng closed his eyes. That ferocious aura slashed over. When it was about to reach Shua, Envoy Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent. The blade in his hand, that was as fast as lightning, immediately slashed the black armored warrior in two. However, the moment it slashed down, his expression changed. Not right. The black armored warrior that he slashed didn't have any blood. It didn't even feel like it had a body. It was slowly dissipating. Where? How come I didn't even feel it? Envoy Yu was filled with fear. Brother Yu, he's behind you. A panicked voice resounded in his mind. Envoy Yu turned fiercely. He saw a black armored warrior standing behind him, looking at him. At the same time, a saber light flashed. P.S. 7th update. Tomato, continue to work hard. Chapter 514. With a Masha clansman speed, Envoy Yu couldn't even block it in time. No! Special Envoy Yu's handsome face was incomparably malevolent. At the same time, his rank 9 domain Lord origin power poured into his silver-gray uniform. The uniform trembled slightly when the shockingly fast blood shadow blade struck him, and the impact was dispersed to his entire body. Moreover, there was only a small cut on the uniform's surface which quickly recovered. So, Envoy Yu retreated explosively. Sweat beaded from his forehead. He felt a sense of fear. Luckily, the Undying Shrine gave us this uniform. Envoy Yu felt as though he had walked on the edge of life and death. He looked in disbelief at the distant black armored warrior in the night sky. How can he be so fast? How can he be so fast? I can't even feel it. Yes, the Masha clansman's speed was indeed very fast. According to the levels of absolute space, he should be considered to have reached the greater mastery of the second level, myriad changes. According to the 10,000 threads level, it was the highest level, 10,000 threads. If he used his full strength, he could leave 10,000 images in mid-air, and Luo Feng's earth body could only leave a few hundred images. As the 100 threads had a special effect, he usually only used a few hundred images. During battle, having more images didn't necessarily mean better. For example, teleportation at that level, there would be no more images. In Absolute Space's first level, Arclight, second level infinity changes, even though it showed many images, what it really pursued was instantaneous explosive speed. Right now, the Masha clansman's explosive speed had already reached a terrifying level. Just one more step, and he would be able to teleport. Of course, this step was also the most difficult one. One could imagine how terrifying the Masha clan's clone's instantaneous burst was, much less Special Envoy U. Even a Sector Lord warrior's flying speed far exceeded the Masha clansman's. However, the instantaneous explosive speed from stationary state was far from that, unless that Sector Lord was also close to the infinity changes level, or if his comprehension of the wind and light origin laws had reached an extremely high level. Interesting. Masha Luo Feng stood in midair and looked at the distant Envoy U, staring at his silver-gray uniform. That's genetic energy armor? An Origin battle suit from the universe? Yes, Origin Force Battle Armor. It's actually able to weaken my attack power and spread it to my entire body. Moreover, even though my attack had clearly created a crack, it recovered completely, and that Punk's genetic energy was infused into it, causing the armor's defense to visibly increase. Luo Feng was from another world, so he was very clear on the special characteristics of the genetic energy armor. He had the cloud contact armor that was even better than the origin armor. However, he didn't dare to wear it for fear that he would be regarded as an extraterrestrial race and be attacked and killed. Naka's father is right. That ancient god ruins might really be a battle between the experts of the Virtual Universe Company and the aboriginals of Blood River Continent, leaving behind some ruins there. Moreover, the Undyings of Blood River Continent had probably researched some genetic armor manufacturing methods. Obviously, they made very little. Many thoughts flashed through Luo Feng's mind. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, following which, Masha Luo Feng immediately took a step forward and appeared before the fleeing Envoy U. It's too fast. Special Envoy U shouted with a voice transmission. Old M.O., hurry and help me. Understood. From a distance, Envoy M.O. swiftly flew over, and Masha Luo Feng once again unleashed his blade technique. This time, it wasn't as casual as before. It was a blade that truly moved the surrounding universe space. Even the space before the blade even warped a little. Masha Luo Feng looked coldly at Envoy U who tried to block, but couldn't in time and could only rely on his genetic energy armor to block. Fool! Luo Feng thought within. Chi! Like a chef's knife slicing through fish, the blood shadow blade was incredibly sharp this time. It immediately sliced through Envoy U's chest and pierced in. The energy from the blade shot out in all directions, allowing Luo Feng to immediately discover the life core within Envoy U's body. Chi! The tip of the blood shadow blade pierced straight into the life core that was frantically trying to dodge. With a pong, it shattered. Envoy U's eyes stared wide, filled with fear and disbelief. He couldn't believe that this person before him could actually pierce through the armor and kill him. Even more, he couldn't believe that this person actually dared to kill an envoy of the Undying Shrine. This blade of mine has the feeling of space slicing. Masha Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. His earth body relied on the Nan Shan armament and was unable to pass the Heavenly Bridge's 6th level. However, if it was the Masha clansman, he could easily unleash the 10,000 thread movement and connect to the universe space to slash out. That was enough to reach the 5th level of the Nan Shan armament's space slicing, and its power would be much stronger. Passing the Heavenly Bridge, passing the 6th, and even the 7th level was a certainty. After all, this was the universe's strongest assassin race. What? Envoy MO, who was flying over to help his good friend, had a huge change in expression. How? How can one slash pierce through the envoy's armor? Flee. Envoy MO didn't hesitate at all. How can that black armored warrior be that strong? In the distance, within the city, pure Feather Tao was hiding and retracting his energy. He raised his head and looked, his eyes filled with fear. The envoy that he killed should have peak domain level strength, and he even had the envoy battle armor. He was actually killed in one blade. Pure Feather Tao stared hard. He's chasing. The black armored warrior is chasing. Yes, in the night sky, Envoy MO was about to flee. However, after Masha Luo Feng killed Envoy Yu, he casually kept him in his space ring. Simultaneously, his speed exploded and he took a step. Trying to flee? A voice resounded in Envoy Mo's ears. No, you can't kill me. I'm the Undying Shrine's envoy. I'm the Undying Shrine's envoy. Envoy MO shouted. Undying Shrine's envoy? Masha Luo Feng was shocked. Yes, I'm the Undying Shrine's envoy. Envoy Mo's eyes stared wide. Because that terrifying slash had appeared once again, the edge of the blade had warped space, almost as though that slash could slice through space itself, instantly killing Envoy MO and shattering his life core. Masha Luo Feng waved his hand and kept Envoy Mo's body in his space ring. He lowered his head and looked below. In the distance, pure Feather Tao, who had been secretly watching, realized the black armored warrior was staring at him. His expression immediately changed. How did he discover me? How? Pure Feather Tao was extremely shocked. What he didn't know was the Masha clan had no soul or spirit energy, hence they could sense the enemy's energy. It was different from the flesh and blood life forms. Normal flesh and blood life forms relied on their spirit energy to sense the energy and determine the strength and location of the energy. As for the Masha race, they were the darlings of space. They could directly sense and merge with space itself. They were like spiders, and space itself was like a giant spider web. Any vibrations caused by contact with the spider web will be transmitted to the spider, allowing it to know at the first moment. Masha Luo Feng was like that. Even though pure Feather Tao was a domain lord, and he hid his energy, in theory others shouldn't be able to sense him. However, Luo Feng could sense through the space tremors when he flew. He could sense that there was a target swiftly flying and hiding somewhere. I have no ill intentions. Pure Feather Tao's expression was pale. You should be the elder of the pure Feather family, right? Masha Luo Feng smiled in midair. Unfortunately, I need blood river crystals right now. No. Pure Feather Tao's expression changed. He immediately became a flash of lightning. His shocking speed even caused the surrounding air to explode and the surrounding structures to collapse. Masha Luo Feng shook his head. Hua! He instantly traveled 10 kilometers, leaving behind a few blurry images in a curve. Simultaneously, a flash of blade light flashed. As pure Feather Tao was about to retaliate in fear, the blade had already pierced into his body and killed him. He casually kept pure Feather Tao's body in his space ring, after which he took a step and immediately traveled over 1,000 kilometers. His Earth body in Blood River World's environment could travel 300 kilometers per second, and Masha Luo Feng was more than 10 times faster. Swallowmound City was in an uproar. The night was actually even more bustling than the day. Especially the wide streets outside the city leader's residence were filled with people. Countless people were looking at the city leader's residence. Around the residence, there were even large amounts of troops gathered. Just what's going on? Who knows? I even saw a terrifyingly tall lightning ball earlier. I saw it too. Look, the originally tallest city leader's palace has already been reduced to rubble. I can't even see it anymore. The excited people of Swallowmound City were all discussing. They didn't even know. That night, the two envoys from the Undying Shrine, the city leader and the elder of the pure Feather family, had all died. It could be said that there wasn't a single domain-level warrior left in Swallowmound City. Masha Luo Feng broke through the skies and flew through the clouds. It's too beautiful, this feeling of being one with the universe space. When will my earth body reach that level? Luo Feng was extremely mesmerized. Under such a state, his sense of the universe space was incomparably clear. He could even sense the distant life forms through the space ripples. Shua! Masha Luo Feng stopped. At this time, he was already close to 1 million kilometers away from Swallow Mound City. Switch! Even though he couldn't bear to. After all, using the Masha clansmen was a very dangerous thing, because in Blood River World, there were large amounts of sector lords and even undyings. The moment he was too high profile and was targeted, he would be done for. It's better to stay low profile. With a universe-level strength, it's better to go out and mess around. He returned to his earth body. Luo Feng suddenly revealed a smile. It's time to see what surprises these envoys from the Undying Shrine and that pure feather Tao can give me. P.S. Chapter 8 has arrived. Today, I'll finish 9 chapters before going to sleep. Work hard, work hard. Chapter 5:15. Within the clouds. Just as he switched back to his body, the storage rings with the 4 corpses were handed over to Pure Feather Tao, Rock Wind Xiong. These 2 are the highest level of Swallow Mound City. Luo Feng took out their storage items and carefully checked them. Unlike Rock Wind John, who intentionally hid them, Pure Feather Tao and Rock Wind Xiong's storage items both had Blood River crystals. Actually, Rock Wind Xiong's had already been checked before. 1, 2. Luo Feng flipped his hand, and 3 triangular blood red crystals appeared. These beautiful crystals were Blood River crystals. I've gotten 3 crystals in one go. Luo Feng revealed a smile. If the absorption succeeds, I'll absorb another 2 and become a blood warrior. And I'll still have 1 left, just enough to complete the first mission. There were a total of 2 dangerous level missions. One was a 10,000 point reward, the other 100,000 point reward. From the looks of it now, as long as everything went smoothly and the absorption succeeded, he would be able to get 110,000 points in one go. The prerequisite is that the absorption succeeds. Luo Feng recalled the feeling of his first absorption. He wasn't 100% confident in himself. Even though acquiring these seemed easy, the Virtual Universe Company treated it as a dangerous level mission. Of course, this was a dangerous level mission aimed at Universe level core members. If Luo Feng was really only Universe level 9 and didn't have a clone, then acquiring the crystals would be extremely dangerous. Right? There's still 2 envoys from the Undying Shrine. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. I wonder if these 2 have any crystals on them. It's hard to say. Pure Feather Tao and Rock Wind Xiong had some. Luo Feng already knew. As for the envoys from the Undying Shrine, it was hard to say. This space bracelet of Envoy, the storage space within is really huge. Luo Feng carefully searched, filled with anticipation. Suddenly, he revealed shock and disbelief. No, it can't be. Don't tell me. Don't tell me I've gotten lucky. Shua! Luo Feng flipped his hand, and a black special wooden box appeared. Luo Feng held his breath and carefully opened the box. The box opened. Within the box were neatly arranged crystals one after another, all stacked neatly. This small pile of crystals almost filled the entire box, causing Luo Feng's eyes to gleam as he carefully counted. 10 crystals? Luo Feng couldn't believe it. Even if this envoy wanted to absorb the crystals to become a legendary black warrior, he would only need 10. Moreover, it's impossible that someone with such ambition hasn't succeeded in fusing a single one. He's already a rank 9 region Lord Realm expert. That envoy had indeed absorbed the Blood River crystal. He actually brought 10 Blood River crystals. I sure got lucky. Luo Feng suddenly had a thought. When I scanned the box with my spirit earlier, there seemed to be a piece of paper at the bottom of the crystal. Within the box, below the crystals, there was indeed a piece of paper. The paper was dark gold in color. There were complicated words on it, but the content on the paper was very simple. Xiong, these are the 10 crystals you need. It's enough for you to use in a short period of time. Remember what you promised me. I believe you're a smart person and won't trick me. It was just a short paragraph. Immediately Luo Feng, who was reading the letter, was enlightened. He couldn't help but laugh. So these 10 crystals aren't from this envoy. It was Si Yong's. Si Yong, isn't he the world leader of this world? With a sector lord status, getting these 10 crystals is indeed a simple matter. Even the domain lords could get a few crystals. A sector lord easily getting 10 was within reason. Si Yong, these crystals of yours belong to me. With a thought, Luo Feng kept the 10 crystals in his storage ring. Right now, I already have 13 crystals. I wonder what surprises the other Undying Shrine envoy will bring me. Luo Feng flipped his hand, and a half-translucent ring appeared. This was Envoy Mo's storage item. He immediately used his spirit energy to enter and search within. This search, my God! Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. Impossible. I've seen a ghost. Luo Feng was shocked. Babada. Luo Feng's spirit energy entered the storage ring to contact Babada. Babada said lazily, "What's the matter, Luo Feng? In this Blood River world that doesn't have any technology, is there anything you need from me?" Wait a moment. With a thought, Luo Feng immediately took out the unbelievable item from Envoy Mo's storage ring. A huge object with a diameter of about 100 m appeared within the clouds. A completely dark gray universe ship. Yes, a universe ship. Babada, keep this universe ship in your storage space and let me study it. Just how long has this ship existed for? Luo Feng said. Universe ship? Babada was shocked too, after which he kept the ship beside him. Wait a moment, I'll study it. Night. Luo Feng stood alone within the clouds, still very shocked. Because the virtual universe company's information was very clear, he must never take out any technological items. The moment he was discovered, he would definitely die. However, right now, he actually discovered a universe ship in the space ring of an envoy. This was that so-called ancient god ruins that was a matter from trillions of years ago. The universe ship from back then couldn't possibly still be in perfect condition, unless it was an E-grade or F-grade universe ship. However, that level of ship shouldn't have landed in the hands of Domain Lord Envoy, and Luo Feng felt that the ship was very normal. Luo Feng, I've checked it. Babada shouted. Luo Feng's spirit energy had always been in contact with Babada. The moment he heard, he asked, "What's the result?" I can confirm this Blood River continent has some progress in technology. This universe ship should have been built less than 500,000 years ago, and it's a very crappy one. In the universe, even an A-grade universe ship would need a very long time to accelerate to light speed. Babado explained. Luo Feng frowned. Where did you discover it? Babada asked. Within the Undying Shrine envoy storage ring. Luo Feng said, Right, the armor the Undying Shrine envoy wears is a genetic armor. Undying Shrine envoy? Right, Luo Feng. You should know from Sector Lord to Undying, after the soul evolves, an Undying soul calculation speed isn't any lower than a quantum computer. The aboriginal Undyings of Blood River continent. If they obtain the remains of some warriors from the virtual universe company, like quantum computers or universe ships, etc., they can indeed research quite a bit. Babada explained. Luo Feng was stunned. Right, his consciousness calculation speed was terrifying enough. An Undying soul's calculation speed was definitely not lower than a quantum computer's. It could be that on Blood River continent, many materials were lacking and unable to be used to create special machines. Otherwise, with the Undying's research ability, it wouldn't be hard to create a flourishing technological civilization. Or maybe the Undying Shrine didn't want Blood River continent to enter a technological civilization. Or maybe the virtual universe company was secretly interfering. Anyway, Luo Feng couldn't be bothered to think too much about these. I've struck it big this time. Luo Feng immediately passed the 4 corpses to Babada to deal with. He also passed their storage items to Babada. Babada, these 4 have all sorts of random treasures in their storage rings. I'm completely clueless about the treasures of Blood River continent. Help me sort them out and check. Maybe there'll be some unexpected gains. All right, leave it to me. Babada was a living AI. His calculation speed was even stronger than a quantum computer. Those undyings might not even be able to compare to Babada's processing speed. Thanks, I'll contact you later. How long will it take for you to sort them out? Luo Feng asked. 5 minutes will do. Babada replied. Very good. Luo Feng immediately flew down from midair. Under the night sky, in the endless wilderness, Luo Feng was training in the wilderness, at the same time trying hard to sense the effects of the Blood River crystal. Back then, when he absorbed the first crystal, it was a pleasant surprise. The wonders of the Blood River crystal, especially in its compatibility with the universe laws, as well as the increase in power when unleashing origin law attacks. Also, the moment he unleashed it, a blood-red engraving would appear on his chest, similar to the engraving on the golden horned beast scales. Only it was simpler, and its effects were weaker. Why do I feel that the wonders of the Blood River crystal, other than being more compatible with the universe laws, there's something special about it? Luo Feng frowned. The Blood River crystal, there should be something special about it. That was body transformation. Back then, when I absorbed it, I sometimes became an ape man, sometimes a scale beast man, sometimes a robot. That transformation was very powerful. However, after it ended, I couldn't do it anymore. Luo Feng frowned. However, I can feel that the crystal should have this special effect. After absorbing the second and third, I'll probably know. Luo Feng's mind connected with Babada. After communicating with him, he began absorbing the crystals. Babada, how's the distribution of the treasures from those 4 storage items? What treasures are there? Luo Feng communicated with him. There aren't any treasures. However, there's one item that you'd like to see. Babada emphasized. What item? Luo Feng was curious. An item was thrown out by Babada. It was something that looked like a gem. This is a simple quantum computer AI communication tool. Babada said, it's just like the communication watch you use on Earth. Communication? Such a huge blood river continent. Signals travel at light speed. Light travels 300,000 kilometers per second. However, a world diameter is a few 100 million km. How do they communicate? Luo Feng shook his head. They don't have the virtual universe network either. This communication tool isn't an instant communication, but a long-distance communication. After all, the speed of signal transmission is still faster than a human flying. Babada said, and the sad thing is, Luo Feng, when you killed that handsome, undying shrine envoy, another envoy recorded it and sent it to someone called Siyong. Luo Feng's expression immediately changed. Damn, this was the bad thing about technology. P.S. I finally finished the 9th chapter. I couldn't take it anymore and went to sleep. When I wake up, I'll continue writing the other 9 chapters. Work hard. Chapter 516. Siyong was the world city lord of this world. According to the ranking system of the universe, he was a sector lord. The Golden Horned Beast and Masha clansmen were only domain lord level 6. And the biggest difference between a sector lord and a domain lord was their ability to unleash the world energy. Controlling the world energy allowed their strength to reach a shocking level, causing the difference between domain lord level 9 and sector lord level 1 to be extremely huge. Meeting Siyong now, he's really looking for death. Luo Feng understood, asking Babada with his thoughts. Babada, that Siyong is the world leader of this world. What do you think I should do next? Even though he had his own thoughts, asking Babada was still good. After all, Babada's considerations were much more comprehensive, and he had much more experience. Flee! Quickly flee! Flee as far as you can. Babada shouted. Since he's the world leader of this world, then the distance between Swallow Mound City and his world city should be a few 100 million kilometers. With light speed, 300,000 kilometers per second, the communicator's signal would probably take half an hour to reach him. However, he'll rush over with his fastest speed. Fastest speed? Luo Feng frowned. A few 100 million km, even a sector lord would take a long time. Even the 2 domain lords have ships. That sector lord most likely has one too. The ship will fly at light speed through the clouds of Blood River continent. It'll definitely reach here within 3 hours. Babata said. However, when I killed the envoys from the Undying Shrine, I always wore a helmet. Luo Feng said. Don't hold on to your wishful thinking. Swallow Mound City is, after all, only this big. How do you know, during this time, you haven't been noticed by anyone? Remember, even if there's a hint of danger, you can't delay taking a risk. Also, don't underestimate any sector lord. Babata said, you decide. You're saying I might be exposed. Luo Feng frowned. Leave? Knowing that Envoy Mo would use his communicator to film him killing a favor and send it to CEO. Luo Feng immediately decided to leave. If he flew out of the 18 cloud levels and sat in the automaton ship, who could find him? However, he wasn't in danger. But what about Nabu and Little Nako? The moment he was exposed, then the father and son would definitely be angered. The tiny Na family, in front of the enraged realm lord, would probably be razed to the ground in an instant. What about the Na family? Asked Luo Feng. What Na clan? Babata was confused. Luo Feng swiftly explained the situation to Babata. It's quite troublesome. Although very few people know of your relationship with the Na family, and it's not conspicuous. But with the Realm Lord's ability, and this was his territory, it was not difficult to find out. How about this? Luo Feng, hurry to Swallow Mound City and meet the Na family father and son. Let them decide for themselves if they want to follow you or stay in Swallow Mound City. If they follow you, you can bring them father and son to the other world of Blood River Continent. The worlds of Blood River Continent are like countries, fighting and attacking each other. The Na family father and son escaped to another world. Even that Siyong wouldn't be able to find them in the sea of people. Luo Feng nodded. That's the only way. He couldn't care less about absorbing the crystals. It wouldn't be too late to do it after this matter was over. Whoosh! Luo Feng immediately broke through the skies, within the clouds. With shocking speed, he flew towards Swallow Mound City. Within Swallow Mound City, it was incomparably bustling tonight. Na residents. What's going on these few days? First, the Pure Feather family leader died, and now even the city leader's residence has become a battlefield. Nabu stood by the railing of his third story, using it to look at the distant city leader's residence. Nabu, enter the house. A voice suddenly resounded. HM. Nabu stared blankly for a moment, then immediately became alarmed. He hurriedly walked into the house, only to see a black-haired youth dressed in black armor sitting there. This caused Nabu to be puzzled. Why would this mysterious expert rush to my Na clan in the middle of the night? Lord Feng. Nabu bowed. Wait. Luo Feng sat there quietly. Creak. The door below opened and footsteps resounded from stairs. Very quickly, little Na Ku appeared too, rushing into the house. Seeing Luo Feng, he said excitedly, Big Brother Feng, you're here. Why did you send me a voice transmission asking me to come over? HM? Nabu was even more suspicious. Why did this mysterious warrior summon him and his son? Time is of the essence. I won't beat around the bush. I'll directly describe the situation to you. Luo Feng emphasized. Nabu was shocked, saying, Lord Feng, please speak. Luo Feng swiftly described the recent happenings. As he listened, Nabu's face became paler and paler. He was completely shocked. My God, the Pure Feather family leader, elder, Rockwind family's general, city leader, and even the 2 envoys from the Undying Shrine. They were all killed by this mysterious warrior. This envoys from the Undying Shrine. This mysterious warrior was too terrifying. Nabu's face was pale, and little Naku was completely dumbfounded. These were all legendary figures. The situation is like this. Naku, Nabu, make your choice. Luo Feng emphasized. Do you choose to stay in Swallow Mound City, or do you want me to bring you away? If you stay here, there's a chance you'll be exposed. Nabu frowned. He was thinking intensely. Little Naku was in a mess too. Luo Feng sat quietly in his chair, looking at the father and son pair, feeling a little guilty. If it wasn't for him, this pair would probably still be living a normal life. However, It was because of his arrival that the Na family was implicated, falling into a crisis. Nabu gritted his teeth. Have you made your decision? Luo Feng looked at Nabu. Right. Nabu nodded. I'm prepared to continue staying in Swallow Mound City, living like normal. However, I'd like Lord Feng to bring my son away from Swallow Mound City. Dad! Little Na's eyes immediately turned red, shouting, I don't want to leave, Dad. Don't mess around. Nabu ordered softly. Dad! Little Na was about to cry. Luo Feng watched silently. He could only remain silent. Lord Feng, let's do it this way. I believe, firstly, there are very few people who know me and Lord Feng. Secondly, so what if we know each other? We've only met 2 or 3 times. It can't be considered a deep relationship. Plus, that world leader might not even be able to find out who the culprit is. Nabu smiled. The most important thing is, I can't bear to. Nabu's eyes were filled with emotion. I can't bear to. The family business I've built. Luo Feng nodded. Nabu, for your safety, before I leave, I'll use a soul technique to erase your memories of tonight. When that time comes, even if others use soul techniques to check on you, they won't be able to find anything. That's good, that's good. Nabu nodded, after which his face revealed a look of anticipation. Lord Feng, can you leave me and Naku alone for a while? Sure. Luo Feng walked out of the house and went to the study room beside to wait. Luo Feng didn't feel good within. Within the house, Nabu and Naku were saying their final goodbyes. Don't cry. Nabu smiled as he looked at his son. Dad. Little Naku was crying. He had always been pampered by his father. However, when he really had to leave his father, he felt a sense of unwillingness. You have to look at both sides of a situation. Nabu looked seriously at his son. Naku, there's always a good side and a bad side to everything. For us to be able to meet Lord Feng this time. It may seem bad now, you and I are about to separate, but you have to understand that Lord Feng can totally leave by himself. However, he specially came to find us. What does that mean? It means that he still values us and even feels a sense of guilt. Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. This is our Na family's misfortune, but also our Na family's chance to truly rise. Nabu's eyes gleamed. Blood River continent. Millions of people die every day. Countless people are willing to risk their lives just to find a strong warrior as their teacher. This Lord Feng is a true, absolute warrior. Didn't you hear? Even the Pure Feather family elder, our city leader, and even the envoys from the Undying Shrine were all killed. What kind of terrifying power is that? On this continent, wealth is fake. Only power is real. Nabu looked at Naku. Naku, you now have hope of becoming an absolute warrior on this continent. In the future, you may even become a leader of a territory, controlling the lives and deaths of trillions of people. Naku was stunned. Remember, this is a huge opportunity. Grab it. Nabu stared at his son. After I die, I'll be able to face the ancestors of the Na family. Do you understand? Naku's tears flowed profusely, but he nodded fiercely. Very good. Nabu revealed a trace of a smile, rubbing his son's head. He gently hugged his son in his arms and sighed. Your father, I am most worried about you in this life. My Na family does not have enough martial strength, just like that you family, without enough martial strength, they were uprooted in one night. I'm worried about you. Your personality is different from mine. I can hold on to the family business, but your personality, it's all good now. I'm at ease. Naku could only cry in his father's embrace. After a while, within the house, Luo Feng stood before Nabu, emphasizing, I will erase this memory of yours. After that, you won't even know where your son went. Come, if I don't know, then others won't know. Nabu smiled and nodded. Luo Feng nodded. Instantly, a strand of psychic power entered the soul of the person in front of him. It was very difficult to analyze and devour memories. Most soul-searching techniques were more troublesome, but destroying memories was easy. Just wiping out a small portion of a person's memory was a very easy thing to do. In fact, just by hypnotizing the other party could seal their own memories. As the disciple of the soul master Hu Yin Bo, These techniques weren't difficult for Luo Feng. After a while, "HM, what's going on?" Nabu felt dizzy. Looking around, the house was empty, and he was sprawled on the table. Did I fall asleep? Nabu had completely forgotten about what had happened before. He didn't even know that his son had already left Swallow Mound City with Luo Feng. P.S. 2 days and 18 updates. This was an unprecedented battle. The battle continued. If you have monthly votes, please support. When I woke up, I was still short of 400 votes. Now I'm short of 600 votes. Chapter 517. Night. Luo Feng brought little Na Ku and rushed into the sky. Little Na Ku couldn't help but look down at Swallow Mound City and couldn't help but tear up. "Na Ku, sleep, sleep. Once you wake up, you'll be fine," Luo Feng said softly. His voice had an unbelievable power. Na Ku felt his entire being drowsy, closing his eyes and falling asleep. "Sleeping will save me some trouble." Luo Feng rushed into the sky, breaking through layer after layer of clouds. With one breath, he rushed to the 18th cloud level. Any higher, and he would leave Blood River World. With a thought, a silver pyramid ship appeared beside him. Luo Feng hugged little Na Ku and flew into the ship. Within the control room, after placing little Na Ku in the resting cabin and letting him sleep, Luo Feng came to the control room. "This is the map of Blood River Continent. Babata, calculate where the coordinates of the ancient god ruins are." Luo Feng's consciousness connected to Babata. Babata's calculation was extremely fast, very quickly giving Luo Feng the coordinates. That area belonged to the ancient god ruins region. Even if there was a difference, it wouldn't be much. "Let's go. We'll head towards the ancient god ruins and stop after 16 billion kilometers." Luo Feng ordered the automaton ship's AI. Actually, the AI controlling the automaton ship was also a subsidiary AI created by Babata. Under normal circumstances, the subsidiary AI could perfectly control the ship, and in times of emergency, Babata could take over the control and truly unleash the automaton ship's strongest control abilities. "Yes, Master," the ship's AI replied. So, the automaton ship broke through the cloud layer and swiftly flew in space. "External simulation 100%, Luo Feng ordered. Immediately, a dreamy scene appeared before him. On one side was space, and on the other was the outermost layer of clouds of Blood River World. The vast Blood River continent. Luo Feng looked at the continent from space. Yet he doesn't dare to leave the cloud layer. The power of the Virtual Universe Company is really strong. "Babata, help me prepare a plan to nurture Na Ku. I can't possibly accompany him. I can only do my best to help him," Luo Feng exclaimed. Within the control room, Babata's voice resounded. "This is a small matter. You yourself already have many treasures, and the few domain lords who died also contributed many treasures. Nurturing this punk is very easy." After a while, Luo Feng received a detailed list of plans to nurture Na Ku. As Luo Feng sat in the automaton ship and flew swiftly into space outside Blood River World, a silver, black, disc-shaped universe ship with a diameter of 180 m appeared in the 16-cloud layer above Swallow Mound City. Hua! The leader was clad in a black battlesuit. His long blue hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes seemed to contain an infinite world. Behind him were 4 men and women in purple uniforms. All of them had restrained their auras, and they were all area lords. "I really want to know who has the guts to do this. How dare you kill my disciple in my territory?" The blue-haired black-clothed man's eyes were like lightning, shooting downwards. Even the layers of clouds avoided his gaze, allowing him to see the tiny Swallow Mound City below. "Let's go down," the blue-haired man in black said coldly. "Yes." Behind him, the 4 purple-clothed domain lords followed respectfully. The 5 of them shot down like lightning, and the floating universe ship disappeared. After a while, within the city leader's residence, even though a portion of it had been destroyed, it was much bigger than the pure Feather family, and there were still many places that were undamaged. Within a palace hall, Swallow Mound City, be it the family's sex, army, information system, all the leaders were gathered here. Silence. The hall was silent. That formless pressure caused all the important figures of Swallow Mound City to sweat profusely. They knelt on the ground respectfully, because they knew who the person before them was. World leader, the owner of this world. Your city leader Rockwind Xiong is dead. The blue-haired black-clothed man said coldly. The group of people below trembled. The two envoys from the undying shrine that passed by Swallow Mound City are dead too. The group of people below were shocked. They really didn't know. The killer, it's him. The blue-haired black-clothed man waved his hand, and immediately a stack of papers fell to the ground. Every piece of paper had a person dressed in black armor, helmet, and boots, wielding a six-edged shield and a blood shadow blade. In fact, this picture was simply a printed picture based on the video. Killer. The group of people looked at the papers. His face is covered. He's dressed in black armor. The streets are filled with black armor. How do we find him? The group of people were filled with doubt and helplessness. The killer changed his appearance after killing. How would they find him? We can confirm that he's a domain-level pinnacle warrior. The blue-haired black-clothed man said coldly. Activate all your abilities and go check. Check if there's a suspected domain-level warrior that has appeared in Swallow Mound City during this period of time. Yes. The group of people knelt. I want to receive your report before dawn tomorrow. Yes. The group of people all left. The blue-haired black-clothed man stood within the palace, looking outside through the door, almost as though he could see through space. You dare kill my Si Yong's disciple and steal my blood river crystals, humph. A cold snort resounded within the palace. The automaton ship was flying in space outside Blood River World. After about 22 hours, it slowed down and stopped. Master, we've already reached 16 billion kilometers. A voice resounded within the control room. HM. Luo Feng nodded. He went to the resting cabin and carried the sleeping Na Ku, swiftly flying out of the automaton ship's cabin door. He kept the ship and headed straight for the cloud layer of Blood River World below. Rumble. Rushing into the 18th cloud layer, 17th, 16th Na Ku. Luo Feng shouted. HM. Only then did Naka wake up. He looked at himself floating in mid-air, supported by a formless energy. Before him stood Luo Feng. Big Brother Feng. Only then did Naka wake up. Follow me down. Luo Feng brought Naku and swiftly broke through the final cloud layer. Naka looked down shockingly, as it was still nighttime. Blood River Continent's nighttime was 6 to 7 times longer than Earth's nighttime, and a mere 16 billion kilometers of distance made Swallow Mound City and the region before him still in the same time zone. Luo Feng brought Naku and entered the nearest city. This city was called Meng Na City, with an area of tens of millions of km around Meng Na territory. The world Meng Na territory was called merging with the world. This Meng Na City is actually merging with the world. It's said that compared to our Si Yong world, it's 10 worlds apart. Naka was extremely shocked. Big Brother Feng, how long did I sleep for? Relax, less than 30 days. Luo Feng said. 30 days in Blood River World was equivalent to half a year on Earth. In truth, Naka only slept for 20 hours. However, Naku probably wouldn't find out. The many worlds on Blood River Continent were at war with each other, plus it was simply too vast. There was no way to keep track of time. Less than 30 days? That's still all right. Naka nodded. It said that many warriors have to travel through 10 worlds, and that requires a long period of time. After settling down in Meng Na City for a day, Luo Feng brought Naku to a sect called the Rainblade Sect. The leader of the sect personally welcomed Luo Feng and Naku. This is the little punk I told you about. I'll leave him in your sect now. When I'm done with my training, I'll come back and take him away. When that time comes, I'll naturally thank you properly. Luo Feng looked at the leader of the Rainblade sect before him. He nodded. Relax, this small matter is definitely not a problem. The leader of the Rainblade sect was a skinny and intrepid old man. As a cloud-level, universe-level warrior, he was a big figure in Meng Na City. However, Luo Feng's arrival last night had indeed shocked this old man. This black-haired youth, his strength is deep and immeasurable. I have no way to resist him at all. You should be a domain-level warrior. And he's really generous. To be able to be on good terms with such an absolute warrior, that's something I can't even beg for. From then on, Naka stayed within the Rainblade sect of Mengna City. Naka, you've trained in archery before. That means your spirit energy is indeed very strong. This is the spirit reader training method I've prepared for you. Luo Feng took out a thick book. It was printed by Babata using the local paper and written in the local language. It was a spirit reader training method, from the basics to the advanced. Actually, this was something only the elite disciples of the UNMO planet could train in. This is a training method. As long as you have enough ability, you can rely on it to train until you become an undying. Luo Feng said. Big Brother Feng. Naka looked excitedly at the book before him. My God, the worlds of Blood River continent were fighting each other. This method that could train from the Star Traveler level to undying was extremely valuable. This is a suggestion I prepared for you on how to train. Luo Feng handed over a thin list of books. It tells you on how to use treasures to improve your training. These are some treasures. Luo Feng handed over a storage ring. With these treasures, as long as you train seriously, reaching the cloud level, universe level, definitely won't be a problem. As long as you work hard, becoming a domain level, domain lord, is even possible. As for higher levels, it'll depend on your own ability. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at Naka. Naka was shocked. This was like a pie falling from the sky. As long as he worked hard, he could reach cloud level, universe level. Just looking at the leader of the Rainblade sect, being able to establish a sect within the city, cloud level was definitely an absolute warrior within a territory. Thank you, thank you. Naka was so excited his eyes were red. Luo Feng smiled. What was this? Back when his teacher, the master of the UNMO planet, prepared some treasures for him, he had the confidence to rush to the domain lord level, or even sector lord level. As long as he didn't care about the price, he could easily mass-produce universe levels, domain lords and sector lords. Of course, the price-to-performance ratio was simply too low. For example, the amount of money needed to create a universe level was enough to buy an army of universe-level slaves. This Naku was a native of Blood River World. He was naturally a star traveler, plus the environment of Blood River World. His talent was much stronger than Luo Feng's back then. Luo Feng only had to prepare some treasures, and he could nurture him to cloud level. I know you really want to return. However, remember, before you reach cloud level, you definitely won't be allowed to return. Luo Feng emphasized, passing through 10 worlds is too dangerous. If you return without cloud level power, that's suicide. HM. Naka nodded. Luo Feng smiled. All right, these I've given you. Don't tell anyone else. I understand. Naku was a merchant family. He naturally knew the consequences of revealing these treasures. Haha, I'm leaving. Luo Feng smiled, and his body flashed, vanishing. Only Naku was left in the room. Naku held a thick book in his hands, gently flipping it open. Every page had very small words, causing the entire book to contain a shocking amount of information. Dad, you're right. This is an opportunity, a huge opportunity. Naka kept the book in his space ring, his eyes filled with determination. I will definitely succeed in my training. I definitely will. P.S. 11th chapter. Continue to work hard. Chapter 518. Luo Feng rushed into the sky, passing through layer after layer of clouds, until he broke through the 18th level and arrived in the space outside of Blood River World. Little Nako. Luo Feng looked down at the vast clouds below. I've already done all I can. As for what level you can reach in the future, that's up to you. A true warrior still has to rely on himself to train. I'm currently training too. It's just that I'm one step ahead of you. Shua. Luo Feng immediately flew into the automaton ship that appeared in space. Simultaneously, he ordered, "Advance, head to the ancient god ruins." The automaton ship was disguised as a small meteorite, swiftly advancing in space. As for the fate of the Na family father and son, Luo Feng could only wish them well. He still had his own path to walk. Trash. A bunch of trash. The black-robed Seong was like an absolute beast standing in his palace, roaring at the group of trembling subordinates below. It's been a whole 3 days. 3 days. This is the reply you've given me? There's actually nothing useful at all. The upper echelon of Swallow Mound City were like weak rabbits, all trembling uncontrollably. How can you blame us? The pictures were all of them wearing armor and masks, and they were all the most common types. Check the news. There were many foreign warriors, but when we checked, they were all fake. The underlings were all bitter within, but they didn't dare retort in front of the world leader. What a joke. Do you know, this is a huge joke. Seong's expression was gloomy, raging. The bastard from the other worlds around us are all laughing at me. And you guys are really useless. The group of underlings knelt there, trembling, not daring to raise their heads. Useless. You guys are just useless. Go. Seong ordered, put up a bounty throughout Swallow Mound City. Say the culprit is a pinnacle domain level, wearing black armor, using a blade and a shield. At the same time, put up all the pictures of the blade and shield. As long as you can provide something useful, you'll be rewarded with 1,000,000 treasure coins. If you can provide the location of the culprit, if it's true, you'll be rewarded with 100 million treasure coins, a luxurious mansion in Swallow Mound City, 8,000 slaves, and 8,000 guards. Seong said with a serious expression. Yes. The group of people looked at each other, shocked at the strength of this bounty. Then they all knelt down and answered. Hurry up and scram. Seong roared, scaring everyone away. Only Seong and his 4 subordinates were left in the hall. Master, just leave this matter to us. Master, you have to worry about it. A seemingly simple and honest middle-aged man hurriedly said. Seong glanced at him and coldly said, just a few world lords watching a joke isn't enough to make me so angry. Do you know? The Undying Shrine is already asking me why 2 envoys died in my territory. That bunch of old farts. Seong's face was ashen. He snorted coldly. Humph. The death of 2 envoys is such a small matter. There's no way the high-up Undying would come personally. So those old fellows relied on their Undying's authority to shout at me. How infuriating. I really want to smash this group of old fellows into dregs with one punch. The 4 subordinates glanced at each other and realized that the Undying Shrine was pressuring them. Within Swallow Mound City. Out of the way, out of the way! A group of soldiers riding on dire beasts whizzed over, chasing away a large number of people on the road. This way, paste. The leader of the group of soldiers pointed to a large empty wall on the side of the street and gave the order. Immediately, the other soldiers jumped off their desolate beasts and quickly pasted the paper and pictures that were given to them on the wall. Soon, the extremely clear pictures and the shocking reward shocked the people on the street. This place was a main road, and there are many people coming and going. As long as the information is useful, the reward is 1,000,000 treasure coins? 1,000,000 treasure coins? How much is that? I've never personally seen treasure coins before. A treasure coin, that's 1,000 large coins, 1,000,000,000 small coins. I only earn 10 small coins a day. How long will that take? Look, 100 million treasure coins, a luxurious mansion, 8,000 servants, and 8,000 guards? Crazy, crazy! 8,000 servants, 8,000 guards. To be able to arrange so many servants and guard in a mansion, it's already the best in Swallow Mound City. Only the General's Mansion, Pure Feather Family Mansion, and a few others are bigger than this. Bounty for the killer, domain level pinnacle. I think I've seen this person before. He's quite similar to a guest of our Flying Cloud Pavilion. Keep dreaming. Your Flying Cloud Pavilion has hundreds of thousands of guests. There are many who look like him. He had gone mad. Such a huge bounty, even cloud level, universe level. Warriors couldn't help but be moved, much less normal people. A random bounty from a high and mighty world leader caused the entire Swallow Mound City to be in an unprecedented uproar within a day. The investigation progress immediately rose. In space, when Swallow Mound City began to put up the bounty, Luo Feng, who was on the automaton ship heading towards the ancient god ruins, took out the Blood River crystals. Within the training room, Luo Feng laid there, staring at the beautiful, triangular blood-red crystal in his hand. Heading to the ancient god ruins, there's one. 2 trillion kilometers. With the automaton ship speed, it'll take over 2 months to fly. No matter what ship it was, the closer it got to light speed, the harder it got. Just like an exam, the maximum score was 100 points. The closer it got to 100 points, the harder it got. It was the same. The closer it got to light speed, the harder it was to accelerate. As long as the resistance was slightly stronger, one wouldn't be able to reach light speed. Although it was called the void of the space mystic realm was filled with dust and debris. Just the solidified cosmic origin energy alone was enough to form a fog. Under such astonishing speed, the fog was also a form of resistance. If I could travel through universe, I just have to accelerate and travel back to my original universe, and I'd be able to arrive. It's a pity I can't travel through universe. Then, I'll absorb the crystal. Luo Feng adjusted slightly, following which his right hand's finger swiped across his left palm. Almost like a knife had slashed across, a wound appeared and fresh blood flowed out. Luo Feng immediately placed the crystal on the wound, and the formless energy immediately rushed into his body, simultaneously activating the mysterious energy that was hidden within every cell of his body. A simple engraving appeared on Luo Feng's chest. Rumble. Kill. Kill. Almost like an endless flood crashing over. The crazed willpower filled with killing intent was incomparably strong, crashing against Luo Feng's willpower. However, in terms of willpower and resilience, many sector lords were far from Luo Feng's. Even those high and mighty undyings, who didn't know how to train their spirit, might not be stronger than Luo Feng in terms of willpower. Willpower. It had nothing to do with cultivation. His heart was as cold as a mirror. Looking at the seemingly terrifying and ferocious willpower, it was actually incomparably chaotic. His heart was like a blade, slicing through all obstructions. This fearsome willpower seems to be twice as strong as the last time. Luo Feng was curious. The same blood river crystal, the willpower within should be the same. Why is it that the second crystal's willpower is twice as strong as the first? Don't tell me the chaotic willpower from the first is still hiding within. Before Luo Feng could understand, an intense pain that made even his soul tremble spread throughout his body. The blood river crystal in his palm flowed with threads of blood-colored energy, swiftly entering Luo Feng's body, and this caused his body to change intensely. Pili Pa La, Luo Feng's entire body actually began to swell, his bones and muscles constantly thickening. To have such a change happen in such a short period of time, the pain was unimaginable. His body was undergoing all sorts of unimaginable changes. So uncomfortable. Why is it so much more uncomfortable than the first time? Luo Feng's eyes were cold. However, his facial muscles were twitching uncontrollably. His teeth, too, were growing sharp fangs uncontrollably. This time, the pain had already spread from his body to his soul, and Luo Feng's willpower and consciousness were still very strong. Forcefully enduring all of this without being affected, at least he was still very conscious. Chi. Luo Feng's chest suddenly split open and fresh blood splattered. Pa! The leg bone that was changing suddenly broke. Hua Hua immediately. Large amounts of blood-colored energy swiftly flowed out of Luo Feng's body, flowing into the blood river crystal in his palm. In an instant, the crystal that was almost translucent returned to its beautiful blood-red color. It stopped. What's going on? Luo Feng realized that his body had returned to his human form. The only change was the wound on his chest and the broken leg bone. With a thought, immediately the pure energy from his internal world gushed in and swiftly healed his body. Very quickly, the wounds and broken bones returned to normal without any damage. Luo Feng sat quietly on the sofa, one hand holding a glass of wine, the other measuring the crystal. No change. This crystal hasn't changed at all. Luo Feng frowned. And I can feel it too. My body hasn't improved at all. Using that mysterious energy within me, My comprehension of the universe origin laws is still the same. This time the absorption has completely failed. Yes, a complete failure. How can this be? My willpower and consciousness can only make it to the 10th island in Fantasy Ocean before failing. My body is an earthling's body, but it's also very normal. Thinking about this, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Within his mind floated a line of words from the books he had read before. The content was, "Blood river crystals are rare and precious." Fusion was extremely difficult. Absorbing one was already hard. Absorbing 2 would increase the body's requirements by 10 times. Absorbing 3 would increase the body's requirements by 100 times. The further you go, the harsher the requirements will be. Recalling this phrase, Luo Feng realized. Yes, the body. My earthling body is considered normal. I succeeded in fusing 1, but failed to fuse 2. However, the requirements on the body are increased by 10 times. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Body strength? Toughness? Cell activity? Also, it said that killing can aid in absorbing the crystals. However, what aspect of the body would it improve? The last 2.5 hours. Brothers, please take a look and see if there are still monthly votes. If there are, please support me. The final struggle. Tomato will definitely finish 9 chapters today, definitely. 18 updates in 2 days. He was a man of his words. In the last 2.5 hours of the month, it would be a waste not to vote. I'll vote for tomatoes. Chapter 519. The killing aura of the ancient god ruins. It said that going there and being attacked by the killing aura will aid in absorbing the crystal. It's also said that killing will aid in absorbing the crystal. It's also said that absorbing the crystal has harsh requirements on the body. Luo Feng nodded, completely understanding within. Obviously, killing and being attacked by the killing aura in the ancient god ruins will have special effects on the body. It will raise a certain aspect of the body. It will allow the body to absorb the crystal. Killing? His earth body could be said to have killed a lot, but that was only compared to normal people. It wasn't a lot either. The amount his earth body killed was indeed very limited. On the other hand, he had killed quite a lot in the virtual universe network. However, those killings were all on the network and didn't affect his body at all. I went to the ancient god ruins to become a blood warrior or even a black warrior. Hence I went. I didn't expect that the second crystal wouldn't be able to absorb successfully. Luo Feng shook his head and sighed, immediately closing his eyes. His consciousness connected to the virtual universe network and entered the absolute beginning region to seriously train. On the streets. My luck sure sucks, I lost again. Yu Chunyang cursed within as he walked on the streets. Brother, brother. A voice resounded. HM. Yu Chunyang turned to look, seeing an armored youth running over excitedly. He couldn't help but smile. I say, Xiang, why are you so happy? Don't tell me our young master Na could have been found. No. The old master has been searching everywhere for the young master. However, he's vanished. No one knows where he went. The armored youth Yu Xiang shook his head. Swallow Mound City is so big and chaotic with the young master's dumb temper. Who knows when he offended someone? He might even be killed. Damn, you dare curse the young master to be killed? Yu Chunyang stared. Yu Xiang's eyes rolled about as he pulled Yu Chunyang to the side. At the same time, he transmitted via origin power. Brother, did you see the bounty posted outside? What bounty? I just came out of the gambling den. Where'd I see it? Yu Chunyang shook his head. Come with me. Yu Xiang hurriedly pulled her brother. Where to? You can just follow me. The two brothers quickly arrived at a place with a bounty posted on the street. The temptation of this bounty was too great. Even now, there was still a large number of people on the street looking up. Many people were still muttering, dreaming of finding the murderer and reporting the news to get a huge reward. 1,000,000 treasure coins? 100 million? Yu Chunyang's eyes widened. Take a good look at the contents of the bounty. There's a picture of the murderer and the armor and weapons he's using. Yu Xiang, who was beside him, transmitted his voice. Seeing this, Yu Chunyang's eyes widened. He turned to look at his brothers and transmitted his voice. Xiang, when we accompanied the young master to the wilderness forest, didn't we meet a super expert who used this kind of shield and saber? Moreover, he had instantly killed the 13 acts without them even having the chance to retaliate. 3 of the 13 acts were cloud level. That great expert is probably a domain realm. Yes. Xiang nodded slightly, transmitting. Our Swallow Mound City. It's rare for a domain-level super warrior to come. The shield and weapon used were the same. How could there be such a coincidence? This Master Feng is really ruthless. Even the Undying Shrine Envoy was killed in one slash. Too ruthless. Us. Yu Chunyang's eyes gleamed. Are we going? Yu Xiang looked at his brother. This. Yu Chunyang was hesitant. If you're not going, then I'll go. Yu Xiang transmitted. Don't regret it. Old Master has been good to us. But aren't we entering the Na family for money? Yu Chunyang gritted his teeth. All right, let's go. And so, the two swiftly headed towards the city leader's mansion. City leader's mansion. Siyong sat on the throne in the palace, looking down below. Below stood 3 people respectfully. You found out. Siyong's voice was low, filled with formless pressure. After posting the bounty, it's indeed much better. However, of the 3 you mentioned before, 2 of them were fake. As for the last one, we're unable to confirm it at the moment. Do you have confidence in what you're saying now? World leader. One of the general's eyes were filled with joy, saying excitedly, this time, our confidence is much greater than the previous few times. We've received information from 3 people, all of them talking about the same person. In the palace, Si Yong raised his head. He's called Feng, according to what the 3 informants said. Not long ago, this Feng had met the young Master Na Ku of Swallow Mound City's Na family in a wild beast forest outside the city. On the way, they were attacked by the 13 acts. That mysterious warrior Feng instantly swung his blade, simultaneously transforming into 13 images. With 13 slashes, he killed the 13 acts, and the 13 acts didn't even have the chance to retaliate. 13 acts, what organization? Siyong frowned. World leader, this is a rather famous organization within Swallow Mound City. The 13 acts refers to 13 warriors, of which 3 are cloud levels, 10 pinnacle sky levels. The general said respectfully, and we've already confirmed the death of the 13 acts. It was that person who killed them. Oh, Siyong stood up fiercely. This news was vicious, instantly forming 13 images, killing 13 people, and of those killed, 3 were cloud levels, space origin laws. Siyong's eyes lit up, confirming within. Right, the black armored fighter in the video sent by Envoy MO is proficient in space laws. His speed is shockingly fast. Weapons? Siyong asked. Shield, blade, exactly the same as in the picture. The general said seriously. Very good. Siyong's eyes lit up. Go, find out more about this phone. Yes. Back then, Nabu, who couldn't bear to part with his family and chose to stay in Swallow Mound City, had his memories wiped from that night. So when he realized his son had disappeared, he panicked, using all his strength to search for his son. Even when the bounty came out, he didn't go out to take a look. When he went to take a look, he was shocked awake. He also suspected that the culprit could very well be Master Feng. So he immediately wanted to control the team from back then. However, other than the 4 he controlled, the others weren't there. Bring them away. Bring them all away. Hurry and find them. This is the list of the team from back then. Find the others. Also, quickly find young Master Na Ku from the Na family. A group of soldiers rushed into the Na family and captured Nabu, as well as Uncle Lei. A purple uniformed seductive lady stood outside the torture room. Quang Dang, the door opened, and the general walked out. Greetings, sir. The general saw the lady and was shocked, immediately bowing respectfully. This seductive lady in front of him was one of the 4 subordinates that the world leader Si Yong had brought, a domain-level expert. Interrogate this Na family head. Have you gotten any accurate information about Feng? The seductive lady asked. No, he said he doesn't know. The general shook his head. I've interrogated him in detail, but discover this Na family head should have only met Foam by chance. Their relationship isn't that deep. Trash! The seductive lady roared. The general's face flushed red, wanting to say something but not daring to. Get out. Take all your men away. Leave the inside to me, the seductive lady said. Yes. The general immediately took all the soldiers away, leaving only Nabu and Thunder Uncle as prisoners. In the torture room, Nabu and Thunder Uncle's faces were pale, their bodies riddled with wounds, suffering physical pain. Master, we thought it was a good thing that we met Master Foam. I didn't think we'd end up like this. Really? Thunder Uncle shook his head and sighed. Beside him, Nabu sighed softly. Lay down, this time our Na family dragged you into this. Master, Thunder Uncle was about to speak. The purple-clothed lady walked in from outside the torture room. Just the way she walked was seductive, causing Thunder Uncle and Nabu to be unable to control themselves. Their gazes landed on the lady's body, and slowly, their eyes became blurry. That group of idiots, they actually used torture tools to interrogate. What idiots? The purple-clothed lady's face darkened, and then she started to interrogate. You speak first. Tell me everything from the beginning to the end of your encounter with Foam. Also, tell me your speculations, all of them. Uncle Lay repeated the story. Nabu repeated. Thunder Uncle and Nabu, under the control of soul techniques, guessed that the murderer was very likely Foam. This round of interrogation caused the purple-clothed lady's face to turn ugly. The cold wind pierced the bone. The blue-haired Si-Young stood in the corridor. Master, the purple-clothed lady walked over and bowed respectfully. Listening to your footsteps, the result of the interrogation doesn't seem to be good. Si-Young looked into the distance, his back facing the purple-clothed lady. The purple-clothed lady lowered her head and said, Yes, I used a soul-type secret technique to confirm that the two of them didn't lie. Their Na family indeed has a normal relationship with that Foam. However, that Foam seems to have a good impression of the Na family's young master. Naka, where is he? Si-Young said indifferently. Naka disappeared. The purple-clothed lady said softly, and he disappeared on the night the Undying Temple envoy died. We couldn't find any information about this Foam. At the same time, that Naka suddenly disappeared too. Even his father didn't know, so he was in a rush to find his son. He didn't even pay attention to the bounty. That's why those guards leaked the secret. Naka's disappearance is too coincidental. I'm sure it has something to do with the murderer. Now there are two possibilities. 1. Naka knew some detailed information about Foam. The murderer was afraid that his identity would be exposed, so he killed him. 2. Foam knew that killing the Undying Temple envoy would be troublesome and would be traced back to the Na family. Because he had a good impression of Naku, he took him away. The purple-clothed lady said respectfully. What about Foam? Si-Young's voice was filled with anger. I don't want to know anything else now. I just want to know, where is the murderer? I want to catch him. I don't know. We couldn't find any information. The purple-clothed lady shook her head. Rumble. Si-Young angrily swung his fist, smashing it against a pillar in the corridor. Immediately, a violent force exploded, and a terrifying shockwave burst forth from the point of impact, spreading out in a fan-shaped pattern. Immediately, a large number of the surrounding buildings were smashed to smithereens. Many servants, soldiers, and guards were instantly ground into meat paste, and some lucky ones even had their arms or legs broken. Instantly, the city leader's manor was turned into ruins. Cries of pain and explosions filled the air. Bastard! Si-Young turned his head, his expression ferocious. His wild energy caused the heaven and earth to shake. Master, what do we do with the Na family? The purple-clothed lady asked respectfully. Asterisk the last hour. The last hour. The last hour of the month. No matter what the result was, Tomato would fight to the end. Even if he couldn't handle it, he still had to. He had to fulfill his promise of 18 chapters in 2 days. I hope all the readers will see if there are any monthly tickets. Perhaps you already have another monthly ticket. Tomato needs everyone's monthly votes. Chapter 520. Na family. Seong's killing intent was terrifying. He said solemnly, "There's no point in killing them. Also, Naka's father could be used as bait." "Master, what do you mean?" The purple-clothed lady's eyes gleamed. "Naka's father, don't kill him. Kill the rest," Seong said indifferently. "Keep Naka's father under our surveillance. Who knows? Naku or that killer foe might appear in the future." "Yes," the purple-clothed lady replied, respectfully, and retreated. Seong's gaze swept across the area of a few km in front of him. There were screams and cries. However, Seong was expressionless. He had indeed lost a lot of face this time. 2 of his disciples and an envoy had died, and it was in his territory. "Oof." Seong's expression grew darker. "Foam, you're so strong. You can't remain unknown forever. The moment you appear anywhere on Blood River Continent, as long as I know, I'll make you understand the consequences of killing my disciple." Asterisk, 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 asterisk in the space outside of Blood River Continent. The automaton ship was heading towards the ancient god ruins with shocking speed. During these 2 months of travel, Luo Feng was either in the absolute beginning region listening to the Undying's lectures, or studying the 9-universe tablet, floating blood, time-space scribbles, or returning to Black Dragon Mountain Island to see his wife, son, and brothers. His days were fulfilling and carefree. "Master, we've already arrived at the target region." Within the ship's training room, the ship's AI's voice resounded. "Haha, I've finally arrived." Luo Feng, who was sitting cross-legged like a statue, opened his eyes fiercely. He couldn't help but laugh, becoming a blur and rushing out. "Ancient god ruins. I've been waiting for this day. I won't enter the ancient god ruins. When will I be able to absorb my second crystal?" Luo Feng was dressed in silver-white armor and boots, flying out of the cabin door. Changing into silver-white armor and boots was for caution. The black-armored warrior from Swallow Mound City would probably be found out by others. Of course, the ancient god ruins was extremely far from Swallow Mound City, and it was a wasteland. There was no need to worry too much. So, from space, Luo Feng flew straight into the cloud level, once again entering Blood River Continent. Tianshi Palace. There was a huge palace floating in space, specially designed to monitor Blood River Continent. In the first level of the palace, there was a huge screen, and on it was the scene of Luo Feng flying into Blood River Continent. "Haha, this Majesty Luo Feng has also gone to the ancient god ruins. How courageous of you!" A dozen sector lords in charge of monitoring the movements of the entire Blood River Continent were chatting and laughing. "Everyone, be serious. If our Majesty Luo Feng meets any enemies and rides his automaton ship out of the cloud layer, if any aboriginals dare to chase after him, we have to kill them immediately." "Understood. Of course I know that. However, that ancient god ruins is the most important and dangerous place in Blood River Continent. Back then, it was said that our virtual universe company lost many Undyings there. And that place was very strange. It would be very dangerous for His Majesty Luo Feng to go there. The dangerous grade mission he chose didn't force him to go to the ancient god ruins. The road is chosen by oneself. Our virtual universe company won't force anyone to do anything. However, no matter how much of a genius he is, since he has chosen to go to the ancient god ruins, we'll just watch. Even though it's very dangerous, if he has any accomplishments in the ancient god ruins, then his accomplishments won't be small. The ancient god ruins are indeed mysterious. The Blood River crystals are mysterious too. The group of sector lords chatted, and the entire space outside the cloud layer of Blood River Continent was under their surveillance. The cloud mist pervaded, almost like a paradise. Wearing silver battle armor and silver battle boots, he passed through the clouds and flew downwards. Luo Feng's expression changed. Below should be the 15th cloud mist. Why is it blood red? The endless cloud mist below was actually all blood red, almost like an endless blood ocean rumbling. That terrifying formless killing aura made one's heart palpitate. Not caring much, Luo Feng rushed downwards. As he entered the blood-red cloud mist, he immediately felt a special energy affecting him. Commotion. His heart was in turmoil, as though he had a desire to kill. It actually causes one to be filled with the desire to kill. However, compared to the golden horned beast's natural bloodthirst, it's still far from it. Luo Feng's heart was resolute. He wasn't affected at all, continuing to rush downwards. Layer after layer of the blood-red cloud mist was broken apart, finally breaking through the final layer. Looking down, endless mountain ranges, plains, swamps, and other environments. However, these environments were all very peculiar. Like the mountain ranges, the entire layer seemed to have been shaved off, or some part of it had been chopped off. On the plains, one could still see many extremely huge pits. Every pit was 100 kilometers in diameter. One pit after another. Almost like the footprints of an absolute beast. The most important thing was all the regions below had a faint mist, a red mist. Because of this red mist, if one was too far away, they wouldn't be able to see clearly. Ancient god ruins. Looking at this messy environment, it's indeed ruins. Luo Feng swiftly rushed down. Ancient god ruins had a diameter of a few 100 billion kilometers. It was an incredibly huge place. Throwing earth into the ancient god ruins was like throwing a drop of water into the Yellow River. On the bare ground, one could faintly see some white bones. Ha! Luo Feng descended from the sky. His silver boots stepped on a broken blade, frowning deeply. This is the killing aura. Luo Feng felt a formless energy constantly bewitching his heart. At the same time, another mysterious energy was drilling into his skin and into his body. This mysterious energy, whether it was his genetic energy or spirit energy, he couldn't stop it. It would drill into his body and then drill out again. It treated his body like air, wantonly passing through it. And during this process, his body would undergo some changes. Killing aura? That's not right. The killing aura in the universe is purely on the mental level. A person's bloodthirst and ferocity would cause his eyes to be filled with killing aura, etc. However, this killing aura isn't just on the mental level, it also affects the body. Luo Feng was incomparably sure. His body was slowly undergoing changes that he didn't even understand. This was also the reason why the aboriginals of Blood River Continent believed that the killing aura would make it easier to absorb the crystals. At least, I can't confirm this. This change has its benefits. Otherwise, in the dangerous level mission given to us by the Virtual Universe Company, they wouldn't have made becoming a Blood Warrior the second mission, and even gave us a huge reward of 100,000 points. The company obviously hopes that we can become Blood Warriors. Luo Feng was sure that this change was beneficial. Shua! Luo Feng took a step and was already 10 kilometers away. In the vast ancient god ruins, Luo Feng began to walk at shocking speeds, feeling the changes the ancient god ruins brought him. The killing aura here is thicker, and here it's thinner. The thicker the killing aura, the stronger the mental bewitchment. Simultaneously, my body seems to improve faster. Luo Feng had already sensed that the killing aura should have raised a certain characteristic of the human cells. The thinner the killing aura, the bewitchment becomes weaker, and the body changes slower too. I need to save time, hence I need to find a place with thick enough killing aura. Luo Feng swiftly rose into the sky and looked around. Determining the strength of the killing aura was very easy. One just had to see if the red mist in the area was thick or thin. Most of the areas were just thin mist. Some had even thicker red mist. After searching for about half an hour, Luo Feng was currently searching in an extremely large ancient mountain range. There, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The red aura in the distant forest was obviously shockingly thick. So, Luo Feng carefully flew over, noticing that there were no other people around. According to the books, there were many strong warriors that entered the ancient god ruins, yet he hadn't seen a single one. Everyone probably had the same thought, to enter a place with thick killing aura. That way their improvements would be faster. No one. Luo Feng entered the dense area. Wah, this feeling feels great. Luo Feng felt as though countless drops of water were nourishing his every cell. The thick killing aura floated through his body, and his body felt an obvious change. As it was too obvious, the feeling was exceptionally clear. It was the deepest part of his cells. It could even be said that the body's most basic genes had changed. Almost like a butterfly breaking out of cocoon. Kill! Endless killing aura willpower rushed into Luo Feng's soul. And as his body was slowly changing, large amounts of the killing aura willpower began to enter deep into his body. As time passed, it would merge with his soul. People with weaker willpower would go crazy. Even those with strong willpower would become bloodthirsty people. What a shocking killing aura willpower! Luo Feng stood beside a thick tree, standing there quietly. The endless killing aura constantly filled his consciousness. It was even stronger than absorbing the first crystal. Obviously, not everyone could withstand the thick killing aura. Big brother and second brother said before, the stronger the desire, the better the chance to train my heart. Under the temptation of this killing aura, it can also train my heart. Luo Feng sat cross-legged under the tree. Shua! A ghostly silhouette flashed through the distant thick killing aura, after which it arrived before Luo Feng, and a glaring blade light pierced towards his head. So, over 100 Luo Feng images appeared around him. Rumble! The thick tree behind Luo Feng immediately exploded into countless shards that shot in all directions. In an instant, the surrounding ancient trees either collapsed or the thick branches fell. There was a loud rumble. You actually sneak attacked me. You're looking to die. Luo Feng's eyes stared angrily. With a roar, a blood shadow blade appeared in his hand, and he immediately rushed towards the ghostly silhouette. P.S. Continue to work hard. The main thing was that the 12 in between took up a lot of time, and this time was even later. You have to finish 18 chapters before sleeping. Chapter 521. So, that ghostly silhouette saw that his ambush didn't succeed. He didn't hesitate to immediately flee. Trying to flee? Luo Feng's eyes were cold, becoming a blur as he swiftly chased. Reaching the universe level 9, his speed was simply too fast, exceeding 300 kilometers in a second, one in front and one behind. In a flash, they were already a few hundred km away, arriving above a large canyon. His speed isn't as fast as mine. However, he's actually stepped into the gateway of the wind origin laws. His movements are very peculiar. It's a pity his comprehension is still very low. Luo Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent as he flew above the canyon. His spirit energy connected to the universe space suddenly felt a ripple. Not good. Luo Feng's expression changed. At the bottom of the canyon, a 3-meter-tall warrior clad in full battle armor suddenly rushed out with 2 giant axes in his hands. His eyes were like copper bells as he roared, "Die!" Rumble. The 2 huge axes chopped down. Who's afraid of who? Luo Feng held the blood shadow blade in his hand. He didn't dodge at all. His eyes were cold and fierce. His entire being seemed to be sleeping in mid-air as he flew downwards. At the same time, he used the force of his descent to transfer all his strength to his right arm. The moment he moved his blade, he had already connected with the universe space laws and gold laws. The blade technique carried with it a sense of madness, chopping downwards. The muscular warrior below also fiercely brandished his giant axe and chopped over. Chi, like a drill, his spirit energy immediately pierced into Luo Feng's consciousness, smashing against the incomparably sturdy void pagoda, causing it to slightly tremble. Obviously, this attack was extremely strong, affecting Luo Feng's consciousness. Rumble. The blade and huge axe clashed. That warrior's innate godly strength accompanied his axe. It was extremely powerful. And Luo Feng's blade was the burial of the illusionary 7 blades. It was also a one-on-one fierce attack, drawing upon the 2 origin laws. It was a pity his consciousness was affected at the crucial moment. Chi. That warrior's body trembled. His face flushed red as he spat out a mouthful of hot blood. The huge axe in his hand flew uncontrollably out of his hand. The axe was like a shooting star, flying and smashing into the mountain wall beside. Immediately it rumbled and countless rocks fell. His body fell down involuntarily, and the web between his thumb and forefinger of his right hand was completely torn. Trying to escape, Luo Feng held his ghost blade and madly chased after him. How is this possible? While Wu Qi was falling, he looked in shock at the silver-armored warrior who was diving down from above. He's also cloud-level pinnacle. In terms of speed, he's even faster than Shadow. Moreover, after being ambushed by me, he actually fought me head-on. Under the influence of Devil's mental attack, he actually managed to injure me. Is he a human or a ghost? Luo Feng flew down, his eyes as sharp as knives, staring at the majestic, huge axe fighter below, wanting to take the chance to kill him. Xiao! 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 From below the canyon, a large amount of golden light immediately shot out, brushing past the sturdy fighter and piercing towards Luo Feng. Spirit weapon? Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Immediately, thousands of blades appeared before him, a black mass of countless blades. These were the simple blades Luo Feng had Baba to create after his loss against Rock Wind Xion. Even though these blades weren't very expensive spirit weapons, they were just sharp blades. However, Luo Feng, who had already glimpsed the essence of the universe space, even without the origin law engravings on the spirit weapons, he could still use the universe space laws. The engravings on the spirit weapons were only support, allowing one to unleash an attack more easily. And a true, absolute warrior didn't need any support at all. With a thought, he could shatter the universe space. With a thought, he could reverse time. Luo Feng couldn't do it. But after all, he had glimpsed the essence. Even without support, he could still unleash an attack infused with origin law energy. Of course, it was more taxing to unleash, and its power was weaker. Absolute domain. Luo Feng stared at the large amount of golden light shooting over. The countless blades in front of him actually formed 11 black blade dragons. Each black dragon was formed by a large number of black blades, and they vaguely moved the universe space. These 11 dragons were like 11 ropes that pulled the entire space, causing the space to press down. Pa 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 pa. Countless golden lights slowed down sharply and were dispersed by the impact of the black blade dragons. However, the 11 black blade dragons continued to whiz downwards. First, they pounced on the majestic martial artist. Show mercy, we are from the Undying Shrine. A panicked voice resounded in Luo Feng's ears. Below the canyon, the blood-red-haired cold youth stood in mid-air, revealed a panicked expression. How can this be? He actually destroyed my spirit weapon. My spirit weapon was personally made by an Undying. His speed is faster than Shadow. He can even withstand demon spirit attack. He dares to clash head-on with that barbaric punk. He can even destroy my spirit weapon. Who is he? The cold youth was completely shocked. However, no matter how shocked he was, he still communicated to the other party to let his men go. We are from the Undying Shrine. Let Wu Qi go. Two silhouettes flew down from above the canyon. One was the ghostly figure that tried to assassinate Luo Feng. The other was in a black uniform with a mask on his face. If you want to kill me, just kill me, and you still want me to let you go? Luo Feng used his spirit energy to control the 11 black blade dragons, immediately smashing into the terrified, huge axe warrior who was trying to block, but was suppressed by the formless universe space, causing his body to explode, fresh blood flying everywhere. 11 black blade dragons swooped down and continued to pounce on the cold-looking young man with blood-red hair. Shua! The cold youth was so shocked that a round plate appeared beneath his feet, immediately becoming a beam of light and fleeing. As the distance between the two was originally quite far, and the control range of the spirit weapon was limited, even though the 11 black blade dragons were shockingly powerful. Without any origin law engravings to support them, It was extremely taxing for Luo Feng to control them. Quickly flee. The ghostly figure and the black uniformed youth in the canyon. A universe ship appeared before them, swiftly entering it and flying away. Damn, were these people's backgrounds? Luo Feng saw the situation and floated in midair, extremely shocked. One punk has an attack spirit weapon and a flying spirit weapon. Even in our universe, it's considered a truly exceptional spirit weapon. And he actually has a universe ship with him, obviously much better than the ship of the Undying Shrine envoys. At least the acceleration is much faster. Luo Feng waved his hand, and the 11 black blade dragons swiftly vanished. So, Luo Feng swiftly descended, landing on the canyon floor. On the ground were the remains of the tall and sturdy warrior. Space storage equipment. Luo Feng discovered the warrior's space wrist guard and immediately grabbed it. Something's not right. These 4 universe level 9s are all too strong. One of them is as fast as a specter, even stepping into the wind origin laws. Stepping into the gateway of the origin laws at the universe level. One would be an absolute genius in the universe. One spirit attack was able to shake my void pagoda. And that big brute, he could take on my blades and not die. And that controller below, his control of his spirit weapon isn't weak either. Peculiar. A place like Blood River Continent. How can there suddenly be so many geniuses? I'll leave first and slowly investigate. Luo Feng didn't dare get careless, immediately becoming a blur and swiftly heading towards the depths of the ancient god ruins. Anyway, the ancient god ruins were vast and boundless. He could roam freely. High up in the clouds, 3 silhouettes were gathered in mid-air. It was the specter from before, the black uniformed man, and the blood-red long-haired cold youth. However, at this time, these 3 no longer had the arrogance from before. They were all extremely shocked. How's he so powerful? The voice from a specter was softer. It was obviously a woman's voice. We are all the most elite geniuses of the Undying Shrine from all over Blood River Continent. Right now, we've come to the ancient god ruins for life and death training. The 4 of us working together against a similarly pinnacle cloud level youth. We actually 4 against 1, and we still can't even fight back. The cold youth shook his head. Too vicious, too strong, ridiculously strong. He stepped into the gold origin laws and is proficient in the space origin laws. Also, his spirit weapon obviously doesn't have any origin law engravings, yet its power is even stronger than mine. Strong. Very strong, the masked black uniformed youth said solemnly. My spirit attack actually didn't affect him at all. He still managed to heavily injure Wu Qi with 1 slash. The 3 of them were all shocked. They were all geniuses, the elite geniuses of Blood River Continent, nurtured by the Undying Shrine. Even their positions were higher than the envoys of the Undying Shrine. Geniuses were geniuses. They too had life and death training. There's always someone stronger. We can't be arrogant. There are many geniuses on Blood River Continent that haven't been discovered. Today's one is very strong. Let's continue the life and death training. The Undying Shrine's life and death training requirement for these geniuses was they had to absorb 3 Blood River crystals before they could return to the shrine. Otherwise, they would die within the ancient god ruins. The 4 people dealing with Luo Feng were the absolute geniuses of Blood River Continent. As Blood River Continent didn't have the virtual universe network, hence the information exchange and gathering of geniuses was very difficult. Many absolute geniuses were buried and never discovered. Only when they truly became strong warriors would they be discovered. At that time, they would have already wasted the best time for nurturing. Compared to those 4, Luo Feng was the entire human race in a vast universe. Through the virtual universe network, he competed time and time again. Trillions of geniuses went through the elimination process, using battle after battle to prove himself, finally making it to the universe's top 10. And now, he was recognized as an absolute genius second only to Bolin. He had even studied for 30 years in Primal Chaos City in the Primal Universe. How could those 4 compare to him? Luo Feng wandered aimlessly within the endless ancient god ruins, advancing and training. There were many places with thick, killing aura. There was no need to be trapped in one place. Half a month later, HM, Luo Feng stood on a 10,000 m tall mountain. Looking into the distance, there was an incomparably huge crater. What a huge crater! I've seen many huge craters before. Most of them were 100 kilometers in diameter, and they all had their own rules. Why is this crater so ridiculously huge? It's probably close to 10,000 kilometers in diameter. Let's go take a look. Luo Feng's training was originally to investigate the mysterious ancient god ruins. At this time, he couldn't help but fly curiously towards the huge crater. P.S. 15th chapter finished. 3 more to go. Chapter 522. A huge crater with a diameter of close to 10,000 kilometers. What kind of concept was that? Throwing the moon in could barely cover the bottom. Luo Feng stood at the edge of the crater and felt a strange energy rush towards him. That energy was forceful, ancient, crazy. What thick, killing aura. Luo Feng looked over. This crater was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. Before, when he was standing on a 100,000 m tall mountain, he could barely make out the edge of the crater. However, now that he was standing at the edge, looking into the distance, he couldn't see the end at all. This crater is indeed a good place. It's deep and immeasurable. The killing aura is thick. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed and revealed a smile. I can actually build a place for myself in this crater and train for a long period of time. During this half a month, the reason why he didn't have a place to stay and had been casually traveling was mainly because of the 4 universe level 9 geniuses he met half a month ago. He had killed one and acquired a storage item. After checking carefully, he realized the dead warrior also had a universe ship and a communication device. And Babada had hacked into the communication device and discovered the contents of the communication. From the contents, he could deduce the dead warrior was called Wu Qi, an elite genius nurtured by the Undying Shrine. A genius nurtured by the Undying Shrine? Who knows what powerful warriors might come and find trouble with me? Luo Feng thought that way back then. Blood River Continent wasn't his home. He even broke through the 18 cloud levels and sat in the automaton ship, flying for tens of billions of km before stopping. I too need a stable place to stay for a long time to study my 9 universe tablet. Luo Feng immediately jumped down from the edge of the huge pit, whistling downwards. The killing aura is really heavy. Good place, good place. Luo Feng was filled with glee. He allowed the gravity to pull him down. After descending for close to 1,000 kilometers, he finally stopped. Looking at the wall beside him, Luo Feng nodded. I'll dig a place in the wall of the crater. As for the bottom, who knew how deep this crater was? When he had the time, he would go take a look. Luo Feng could be considered to have settled down in this gigantic pit. With his abilities, he easily dug out a huge space that was 100 meters wide and 10 meters tall. Moreover, he had specially decorated the place, carving some of the rocks into sculptures and decorating the walls, making it look like a normal residence. Luo Feng proudly named this place the Huge Pit Quarters. There was a deep tunnel in the residence of a huge pit that led to the edge of the cliff. The silver-armored Luo Feng and Masha Luo Feng sat cross-legged on the rock bed. Yes, his main body and the Masha clansman were both in the outside world. After all, the Masha clansman was extremely sensitive to the universe space. As long as a powerful warrior got close, he would be able to sense it. Also, at crucial times, the Masha Luo Feng could act as a bodyguard. This ancient god ruin's baleful qi is really good for the body. Luo Feng suddenly stood up. Beside him, the Masha Luo Feng immediately vanished into the internal world. Only, my earth body and the Masha clansman's training paths are very clear. But what should my golden horn beast train? Deities of the world and absolute space were obviously important. However, the golden horn beast lacked a battle technique. There were many techniques in his inherited memories. Even before coming to Blood River World, Luo Feng had been considering this problem. Even Babata had only helped select 12 techniques for Luo Feng to choose. However, the choice was simply too difficult. Luo Feng had only picked out 3 techniques. They were 8 Shadow Hunt, Tearing Heaven and Earth, and Golden Horn. These 3 techniques were all very powerful. Luo Feng's idea was to let the Golden Horn beast try training all 3 and see the effects. He would see which one he was proficient in. The 3 great secret techniques were all close-range secret techniques. Hunting Shadow 8 focused on movement. Tearing Sky and Land focused on blood and slaughter. Golden Horn focused on one-hit kill. Although the emphasis was placed on these 3 secret techniques, they all had various aspects such as movement techniques, one-hit kill attacks, and bloody slaughter. How troublesome. Sometimes, with endless choices in front of you, it's also a troublesome thing. Luo Feng exclaimed. After saying these words, he couldn't help but laugh. These words were simply too infuriating. Even the absolute geniuses of the virtual universe company had to use points to exchange for techniques. Unlike the Golden Horned Beast, randomly choosing from his inherited memories. I can't be too happy, otherwise I'll be unlucky. I have to be humble. Luo Feng, who was in a good mood, humming a tune as he followed the pathway outside the mansion to the edge, nearing the cliff. Sitting at the entrance, Luo Feng looked at the endless abyss below and the endless thick aura before him. He didn't think about anything else, completely relaxing. Luo Feng frowned as he looked at the distant aura. The entire huge pit was shockingly huge. The thick aura within naturally flowed, forming all sorts of images, sometimes forming very realistic images. At this time, in Luo Feng's vision, in the distance, a blurry image that was at least 100 kilometers wide appeared. Faintly, it was a picture of a huge lizard. The only difference from a real lizard was that it had a sharp horn that shot into the sky. At the same time, it was sturdier, its claws thicker. Within that blurry image, a huge palm descended from the sky, and a monster in the image that was about 100 kilometers long raised its head and pounced at the same time. At the same time, its long lizard tail quickly danced and fiercely whipped the huge palm. Rumble. The image dissipated, the aura slowly flowed, no longer forming that realistic image. This. Luo Feng stared wide-eyed, the images from before flashing through his mind. That beast's movements were mainly pouncing, waving its long tail, and that tail actually smashed that heaven and earth-like palm until it completely dissipated. Pouncing, tail swinging. Luo Feng, who has been training 8-level hunting Shadow, Tearing Sky and Splitting Land, and Golden Horn, instantly had quite a bit of comprehension float into his mind. Consciousness was shared. Whatever one body understood, the other two would too. The Golden Horned Beast training naturally meant Luo Feng's training. This definitely isn't a natural phenomenon. There's no way a simple image can contain such profound laws. Yes, profound beyond comprehension. Just that simple pouncing and tail swinging in Luo Feng's mind. It was almost as though that tail swinging could split the heavens and earth. Its power was unbelievable. This isn't a natural phenomenon. Luo Feng suddenly thought back to when he was high in the sky. He saw many huge pits in the ancient god ruins, almost like the footprints of an absolute beast. This made his mind flash, his eyes gleaming. That huge pit should have been left behind countless years ago. It could very well be the legendary battle between the Virtual Universe Company and the aboriginals of Blood River World, left behind by a certain beast. Then, that blurry image just now, could it be a battle scene for back then? Luo Feng pondered. In terms of experience, Luo Feng's was already high enough. It felt. The battle scene in the picture before definitely surpassed the battle scenes of Undyings. Because in Primal Chaos City, Luo Feng had personally seen 2 Undyings battle, and had also seen his teacher True Yin demonstrate. Only, from the feeling, it didn't even compare to that ferocious beast and that huge palm. Palm? Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. Huge palm? Luo Feng's mind seemed to be struck by lightning. Back then in Primal Chaos City, The two undying warriors battled, and in an instant, the universe space stopped moving. The origin laws of the universe stopped working, and a huge palm slapped the two undying warriors into dust. Even though the two of them reformed their bodies, they were heavily injured. Primal Chaos City Leader's palm? Right, that's the feeling. Luo Feng nodded. However, it doesn't seem as terrifying as the city leader. When the city leader made a move, everything in the universe space seemed to submit to his control. And that blurry image, Luo Feng could only see a little. Pouncing, tail flick, brilliant, brilliant. Luo Feng didn't think any further, grasping the time to comprehend what he had before. The more he comprehended, the better he felt. This pounce and tail whip caused Luo Feng's understanding of tearing sky and splitting land to soar by a huge amount. Tearing sky and splitting land is a close combat technique. Tearing sky refers to a claw attack, while splitting land refers to a tail whip attack. Of course, this is the simplest and most casual way to describe it. However, looking at this ancient picture, Luo Feng was filled with confidence towards training tearing sky and land. I'll choose this, the Golden Horn Beast Battle Technique, tearing sky and land. Luo Feng made his decision, his eyes gleaming, looking at the distant, endless aura flow, anticipating, I wonder if I can see more pictures. Since then, even though Luo Feng was training in the mansion, the Masha clansman had become a rock at the entrance of the cave, carefully observing the aura flow within. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months, 1 year. The Masha clansman had observed for 2 months before discovering 3 pictures, including the first picture. And after that, observing for a long time, the pictures he occasionally saw were all repeats of the first 3. There were no more new pictures. Of the 3 images, the first image was the giant palm descending from the sky. A monster swung its tail and slapped the palm away. The second picture, the beast lowered its head, its golden horn facing forward, swiftly charging. It was a simple head-on collision scene. The third picture, the beast fiercely waved its claw, smashing it. P.S. 16th update has arrived. My God, my mind was in a daze. Persevere, there are still 2 more updates. Chapter 523. I've succeeded. Virtual Universe. Absolute Beginning Villa 1136. Luo Feng was in his own training grounds. He was studying floating blood in time space scribbles to study the 9 universe tablets drizzle picture, finally comprehending the 12th wonder. 1st to 9th, they belonged to the most basic 9. He had successfully comprehended them in Primal Chaos City. The 10th and 11th was to study the time-space scribbles, using the comprehension he had accumulated in Primal Chaos City to achieve a breakthrough. After that, Luo Feng hadn't been able to comprehend the 12th wonder. Only after 2 years of training in this ancient pit did he finally comprehend it. It's really difficult. My consciousness's calculation speed is already comparable to a basic quantum computer, and my comprehension is considered high. Yet I've only comprehended the 12th today. Luo Feng exclaimed. The first 9, the middle 27, and the last 72. Of these 27, I've only comprehended 3. When will I be able to comprehend them all? He muttered. However, within he was elated. Prying into the essence of the universe-based laws, how could it be so easy? It required extreme comprehension, temperament, and talent. Even that genius Lien Luo had to spend 3,000 years in Primal Chaos City to comprehend it. Of course, the most time-consuming part was the last 72 wonders. 2 years. I've been training in this ancient pit for 2 years. My earth body has been changing by the killing aura every day. Compared to before, my improvement should be huge. 3 months ago, I tried to absorb the second crystal and still failed. Now that 3 months have passed, I might succeed. Luo Feng, who was in a good mood, immediately decided today he would try absorbing the crystal again. Shua! His consciousness vanished, and he returned to reality. Blood River Continent, within a certain huge pit in the vast ancient god ruins. Within the huge pit quarters, the Masha clansman sat cross-legged there. As for his earth body, he was in the internal world. Absorbing the crystal had no way to control his body, hence it was better to stay in the internal world. Internal world. Luo Feng was only in his underwear. He laid at the foot of a metal mountain, his right hand holding the crystal. Chi! His right index finger sliced his left palm. A wound appeared and fresh blood flowed out. Let's begin. Luo Feng once again placed the crystal on the wound. This was already the 5th time he tried absorbing the second crystal, and the other 4 times had all failed. As the frenzied, killing intent attacked his soul, that familiar feeling once again descended upon him. His bones, muscles, and cells were rapidly changing. Endure it. You must endure it. Don't collapse. Luo Feng anticipated within. Even though the terrifying pain was transmitted to his soul, he could still endure it. The blood-red threads within the crystal continuously flowed into Luo Feng's body. Gradually, the crystal became transparent. Luo Feng's body's changes gradually became more intense. Qi, the entire blood river crystal, including the crystal itself that had already become transparent, immediately melted into a peculiar energy and entered Luo Feng's body. Immediately, the seemingly simple blood-red engravings on his chest had a few more engravings, doubling in number, causing the engravings to not be too simple anymore. His entire body returned to normal, and the blood-red engravings had also disappeared. That mysterious power had completely concealed itself in the depths of every cell in his body. Whoosh! Luo Feng swiftly stood up. I've succeeded. I've really succeeded. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with glee. He had tried it 4 times before, and every time was incomparably painful. The pain didn't matter, but he had always failed. He didn't expect to finally succeed today. The feeling of absorbing 2 crystals. Luo Feng's thoughts moved, activating the peculiar energy within his body. Immediately a blood-red engraving appeared on his chest. Luo Feng revealed a look of glee. It feels different, obviously different. My reaction to the universe 9 origin laws has become much clearer. Luo Feng's palm became a blade, unleashing the illusionary 7 blades. This made him even more surprised. The compatibility with the universe origin laws has obviously raised my power by quite a bit. Luo Feng was delighted within. Absorbing the first crystal already raised my power by 20 to 30%, and now it's risen by another 20 to 30%. This is to say, just because of the 2 crystals, the same comprehension, my attack power has increased by 50%. In a life and death battle, a 50% increase in power completely determined life and death. Especially when one was close to the limit, it was harder to raise. The Golden Horned Beast's natural ability, strengthening, only doubled its strength, and that was already heavenly. The training of deities of the world was so harsh because its effects were too heavenly. Let me try and see if I can absorb the 3rd crystal. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Even though he knew the chances weren't high, he still wanted to try. When he tried to absorb the 3rd crystal, the killing aura willpower combined with the killing aura willpower that had infiltrated his body over the past 2 years, forming an incomparably terrifying killing aura willpower. However, in terms of willpower alone, Luo Feng could still take it. These 2 years, he had been living in a place with thick killing aura, constantly enduring the killing aura willpower's influence. Luo Feng's state of mind had become even more condensed. The willpower attack was easily blocked by Luo Feng. The 3rd crystal began to have blood-red threads that flowed through the wound on his palm and into his body. Pung, pung, pung. Luo Feng's skin immediately had 12 spots explode, almost like a bamboo that had long been pushed to its limits. With another push, it immediately began to crack. One theory, Luo Feng had already reached his limit after absorbing 2 crystals. Now that he was trying to absorb the 3rd, his body couldn't take it at the start. One had to know, the further he went, the higher the demands on his body would be by 10 times. Damn! Looking at the recovered crystal in his palm, Luo Feng could only helplessly, swiftly heal his body. It's all right. I'm already very satisfied with absorbing the second crystal. I'll continue to work hard. In this place, I can absorb the crystals and also train my willpower. Of course, I have to continue staying here. Luo Feng smiled. Normal dangerous level missions only gave 10,000 to 20,000 points. Completing a few dangerous level missions would only give him tens of thousands of points. As long as he became a blood warrior and received the Blood River Medal, that would give him 100k points. What's more, absorbing the third crystal was very beneficial to his body too. Absolute beginning region. Wuka's villa. Normally when Luo Feng, Rongjun, and Wuka met, they would meet at the Manka Prince's residence. Wah, Luo Feng, you training madman. The moment I called for you, you came. That's really shocking. Wuka leisurely laid on the sofa, his legs knocking on the table before him. If a madman's actions don't shock you, then he wouldn't be called a madman. Luo Feng smiled, lying on the sofa too. Wuka, why haven't you taken out your good wine? It's rare for me to visit you. Since I'm here, you have to act like a host. The wine in the virtual universe costs money too. Wuka stood up helplessly. It was because the virtual universe was like real life. Hence Ping Hai Company's food and beverage business could earn so much money. Rongjun beside smiled. You need money? Wuka, our great Manka Prince, this bit of money to you, what does it mean? Damn, you two punks. Back then one was a madman and the other a barbarian. Only I was a simple youth. I didn't expect that after such a long time, I would finally see through your hearts. Both of you are so cunning. As Wuka spoke, he took out a rainbow jade bottle from the cabinet beside him. This bottle was transparent and had a faint smell that made one's entire body tremble. Hee hee. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Wow, Wuka, what a brother. Rongjun smiled too. This is God drunk. Even though it's the virtual universe God drunk, it's still exactly the same as drinking it in real life. However, a bottle of drunk God in the real world would cost 8,000 mixed elements. And here, I only spent 8 mixed elements. Wuka said proudly. Luo Feng shouted. Buying 1 life fruit, 2 mixed elements is enough. This wine is already luxurious enough. Stop showing off. Hurry up and hand it over. I'm drooling. Rongjun stood up to snatch it. Don't rush, I'll pour. Wuka sat down and began to pour for the 3. Although it was called God drunk, it wasn't really about fainting from being drunk. It was just a feeling that made one's consciousness produce an incomparably beautiful feeling, completely affecting one's soul. Good wine. Luo Feng closed his eyes. Nice. Rongjun tasted it and opened his eyes, immediately reaching for the bottle. I'll pour. When are you going to buy a bottle in real life? That's extravagant. Wuka muttered. Your Majesty, you are vicious. Luo Feng smiled. We don't have money. Rongjun said. Wuka looked at Rongjun. Rongjun, these 2 years, you've done so many missions, just the points alone should be in the tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of points. Exchanging for a bottle of God drunk in real life is definitely not a problem. If you're willing, even the Undyings will trade with you. Right, Luo Feng. Wuka looked at Luo Feng. Are you still stuck in that training mission? It's not that I want to criticize you, but wasting time is a waste of strength. Right now, who isn't grasping the time to train themselves? If you can't complete it, just give up. Take another training mission. How can I give up? Every 100 years I can at most take 10 missions. I can't just give up on any of them. Rongjun emphasized. Take 10 missions every 100 years? Luo Feng looked at Rongjun. Where did you get the news from? I just took the 5th mission and received a notification telling me that I'm only allowed to take 10 missions every 100 years. This is to prevent the core members from risking their lives to earn points, wasting too much time taking on missions. After all, training and training, along with studying, are all very important. Rongjun explained. Luo Feng nodded. No matter, madman, you're stuck in one mission. That's not good. Wuka said. Wuka is right. Rongjun nodded. Luo Feng laughed involuntarily. You two punks, why you think I'm wasting time on this and my strength isn't improving enough? Ha! Today, I'm thinking of going to the Heavenly Bridge and show you. Heavenly Bridge? Rongjun and Wuka looked shocked at Luo Feng. 6th level? Author's note. After finishing the 17th chapter, I I was completely paralyzed as I wrote. Persevere. Persevere, I have to finish the 18th chapter. Chapter 524. Virtual Universe, Heavenly Bridge. In the center of the beautiful island, Watchman Bevan was doing his job. However, he suddenly saw three silhouettes appear simultaneously on the island. Luo Feng, Rongjun, Wuka, you three came together? There's no one on the 9-universe Heavenly Bridge. However, Rongjun, Wuka, the two of you are from the huge Axe sect. There's only one bridge. You guys decide who goes first. The Watchman Bevan smiled at Luo Feng and the other two. Rongjun and Wuka shook their heads. It's not us. We don't want to pass the bridge now. It's Luo Feng, that madman. Wuka said. Right, it's Luo Feng. He wants to pass the 6th level. Rongjun smiled. Lord Bevan, we won't watch the broadcast. Is that all right? Luo Feng, what do you say? Watchman Bevan looked at Luo Feng. Sure. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Rongjun and Wuka were the closest to him amongst this batch of geniuses. Watching the broadcast was nothing. Rongjun, Wuka watch. Luo Feng smiled and became a blur, flying into the 9-universe bridge. 9-universe bridge's 6th level. Amidst the howling winds, Luo Feng stood on the bridge, looking at the tornado before him, closing his eyes and adjusting himself to his best state. Choose your opponent, fighter, controller, hypnotist, pick one and defeat it to enter the 7th level. A voice resounded from within the tornado. Controller. Luo Feng didn't hesitate. Immediately, a silhouette swiftly flew out of the tornado, still dressed in silver and standing on the dark cloud shuttle, carrying a dark golden long rod on his back. His masked face looked coldly at Luo Feng. A universe level 9 wants to pass the Heavenly Bridge's 6th level? You were defeated in one move the last time. You seem pretty confident in such a short period of time. Of course. Luo Feng nodded. Shua. The dark golden long rod behind him seemed to have transformed into a sun. Large amounts of golden light shot out, covering the sky and covering the land. Close to 3,000 little golden blades immediately formed in mid-air, forming 36 golden blades that were about a foot long. And as these 36 blades floated in front of Luo Feng, they swiftly merged into one. Countless golden threads intertwined, perfectly fusing together. In that instant, a seemingly ancient, dark, golden long blade floated before Luo Feng. Nanshin Armament's 5th stage, spatial cleavage. In reality, when he had comprehended the 10th and 11th profundities, the reason why he was unable to use the Nanshan armament to the 5th level was mainly because his comprehension of the origin source law of metal was lagging behind. And in these 2 years, the Golden Horn Beast had started to research the battle technique, tearing sky and land. Combining it with the 3 ancient pictures, its improvement speed was shocking. Unleashing the 5th stage of the Nanshan armament was no longer difficult. Very good. You can also use the 5th level? However, even though they are both at the 5th level, their might not be the same. The silver-robed man laughed. At the same time, the dark golden staff behind him also emitted a large amount of golden light. It quickly combined into a dark golden longsword that hovered beside him. The two of them faced each other from afar. Their eyes met. Absolute domain. Space slicer. Luo Feng's eyes were cold, immediately unleashing his strongest move. Go! The silver-armored man pointed at Luo Feng. Xiao! Xiao! 2 dark golden beams of light pierced through the air. The silver-armored man's dark golden beams were shockingly fast. Even now, in terms of pure speed, Luo Feng's dark golden long blade was still slightly weaker than the opponent's. Not only was it fast, its flight was incomparably unpredictable. The Nanshin armament's 5th level space slicer emphasized both speed and power. The silver-armored man unleashed the most standard version of the Nanshin armament's 5th level. The silver-armored man unleashed the standard version, while Luo Feng's was obviously very special. Luo Feng's dark golden long blade used the 12 Wonders as its foundation, triggering the entire universe space's pressure. Simultaneously, he infused his 2 years of studying the ancient pictures, studying tearing sky and land, his understanding of the gold origin laws, into it. This made the dark golden long blade even more incomparably sharp and powerful. One was speed and power. The other was the space pressure and power. Chi chi chi. When the two dark golden long blades shot out and were about to clash, the silver-armored man's dark golden long blade's speed obviously decreased, almost as though it was being pressured by a formless force. And Luo Feng's dark golden long blade was infused with the entire universe space's support, pressing forward. Pung! The dark golden long blade became a beam of light. As it knocked away the opponent's weapon, it pierced through his head. 6th level. Pass. Inflexible. You don't know how to adapt. Luo Feng smiled. These 2 years I've been studying the time-space scribbles to study the 9-universe tablet. That drizzle picture can only be considered to have reached 80 points. Your execution should be considered to have reached 100 points in the drizzle picture, the power you can unleash. It's a pity you still lost to me. That time in Primal Chaos City, I comprehended, the raindrop picture and drizzle picture are incomparably perfect as one. That's because comprehending the essence, using it as a framework to connect with the entire universe space, that's the path. From using space to affecting space, this is an improvement in the essence. Luo Feng smiled, immediately flying upwards towards the 7th level. Heavenly Bridge, center of the island. Rongjun and Wuka were shocked as they watched the scene on the screen. Success? Rongjun's eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? Wuka couldn't believe it. It's only been 2 years. It's been 2 years outside. My training speed can't catch up to Primal Chaos City. In theory, the higher the level, the more time it would take to clear the Heavenly Bridge. And the comprehension speed outside wasn't as fast as in Primal Chaos City. They estimated that Luo Feng would have to wait 10 years outside before he could pass the 6th level. This was one of the more reasonable ones in their imagination. It was a pity only those that were unreasonable were called geniuses. That was a madman. Time-space scribbles, tearing sky and land, along with the 3 ancient pictures, along with his own comprehension of the 9-universe tablet. These allowed him to break through in a short 2 years. Heavenly Bridge, 7th level. Space. Luo Feng flew on the 7th level, feeling dreamy, because before him was no longer the raging winds, but the endless space. This 7th level was actually within the space scenery. Luo Feng finally reached the end of the 7th level. There floated a small meteorite with a diameter of a few kilometers. A voice resounded from it. Choose your opponent, fighter, controller, hypnotist, pick one and defeat him to pass the 7th level. Controller. Luo Feng shouted, anticipating within. This 7th level opponent, what kind of attack would he unleash? Still a dark golden long blade? Or even higher? All of a sudden, one of the meteorites in front of him broke off, and the piece of rock tumbled across the surface of the Azure Bridge before transforming into a masked being in a suit of blue battle armor. The being was riding a dark cloud shuttle with a dark golden staff strapped to his back. Universe Level 9 Youth. To be able to reach this stage, congratulations. I hope you can pass my level. The blue-armored man's voice sounded old. Ichim. Luo Feng didn't hesitate, immediately controlling the Nanshan armament to form a dark golden long blade that floated before him. Not bad. The man in blue walked down from the dark cloud shuttle and onto the bridge. At the same time, the dark golden staff on his back instantly shot out an almost infinite amount of golden light. Almost instantly, the entire sky changed color. The bridge, the starry sky, and everything else disappeared. Only endless sword chi could be seen circling around. Luo Feng's expression changed. This is the Blade World? Nanshan Armaments, 6th level. Blade World. According to the Nanshan Armaments, every level, to jump from the 5th to the 6th, the difficulty was extremely high. It could be said that the 5th to 6th stage, as well as the 8th to 9th stage, were the hardest stages of the Nanshan armament. Actually, One could tell from the amount of little golden blades used. The 5th level space slicer used 2,916 little golden blades. The 6th level blade world used 5,832 little golden blades, a whole double. One had to know the entire dark golden long rod only had a total of 10,081 little golden blades. The later levels weren't as exaggerated as this one. Similarly, the blade world's power was extremely terrifying. World, what was a world? Only a sector lord could control a world, forming a world, and using its world energy. However, the blade world, this move relied on the usage of the origin laws, allowing one to use the world energy ahead of time. However, it was classified as a blade world energy. It was slightly weaker than a true world energy. However, it was still terrifying. Fully comprehending the 6th level, a domain lord could rely on the 6th level of a Nan-Shun armament to dominate the universe. You still have to train well. The blue armored man smiled. Schwa, the entire world pressed down, far exceeding the universe space power Luo Feng could control. Immediately, a sharp blade energy pierced through his head. Luo Feng failed. It's no wonder I failed, it's too strong. Once this move is unleashed, it can completely form a world. Luo Feng exclaimed within. When will I be able to unleash the 6th level? Luo Feng was very clear. From the 5th to the 6th level, it was the most insane improvement of the entire 9 levels. It wasn't any easier than the last level. Rongjun wouldn't shout to the entire world. However, Wooka was someone who couldn't help but speak up. Very quickly the news spread. Primal region. Bolin was dressed in white, flying in the air above the primal region. Suddenly a majestic silhouette flew over. Bolin. Bolin turned to look. It was Long Yun. Bolin looked silently at Long Yun, waiting for him to speak. Do you know? Luo Feng passed the Heavenly Bridge's 6th level today. Long Yun said. The previously calm and silent Bolin's expression changed slightly. His pupils constricted, saying softly, I know. After which he flew back to his living quarters. After a while, in the center of the Heavenly Bridge island, Bolin, who was dressed in white, suddenly appeared. Bolin? Watchman Bevan smiled at him. You've really come. I want to attempt the 7th level. Bolin's eyes gleamed coldly. The checkpoints are divided into 3 levels. The 1st level to the 3rd, the 4th to the 6th, and the 7th to the 9th. This 7th level is much harder than the 6th. Watchman Bevan looked at Bolin. You've only passed the 6th level for 2 years, and you want to attempt the 7th. I want to give it a try. Bolin emphasized. All right, go. There's no one on the universe Heavenly Bridge now. Watchman Bevan smiled. Schwa. The white armored Bolin immediately flew into the universe Heavenly Bridge. 18th level complete. How? Chapter 525. I'm crazy. There's an unprecedented feeling of excitement. Oh my God, I've been clenching my teeth and holding my breath to write. In just 2 days, I started writing from 1 p.m. on the 30th to 8 a.m. on the 1st. To be precise, it hasn't even been 48 hours. Wow, in the process of writing, headache, I massaged my head. Sleepy, I closed my eyes and rested for 10 minutes. My fingers hurt, I washed them with water and lightly typed on the keyboard. Nervous about the monthly votes, I refreshed the rankings. Dizzy, I'm getting hungry, I need to replenish my energy. Dizzy again, I ate again but found that it was useless. I slumped on the chair and continued writing, clenching my teeth. The last 2 chapters were written purely by sheer willpower. But when I finished 18 chapters, I was so excited that my whole body was trembling. I could feel my skin shivering. Excited. I've been writing novels for so many years, and I've written more than 10 million words. However, I've never written 18 chapters in just 2 days. Every day, I spend 2 to 3 hours to organize the plot outline, to ensure that there won't be any problems with the plot, foreshadowing, climax, etc. I'm afraid that I won't be able to sleep now. What should I do? But my head is aching again. Oh my God. Well, it's Friday today. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I'm dying to rest. So, I'll swap today and tomorrow's rest day. I want to update today, and I'll update tomorrow, Saturday. Excited, excited. Tomato, have surpassed myself. Waha, if there's a guaranteed monthly vote, I'll support it. As for spending money, after this craziness, I'll let everyone read happily in the future. Tomato feels bad for letting everyone spend so much money. Haha, 18 chapters in 2 days. Moreover, I'm writing on the spot. I'm really crazy. Scram, get to bed. I'm too excited now. I probably won't be able to sleep. Forget it. I'll lie on the bed. Chapter 5:26. Universe, Heavenly Bridge, Level 7. The blue-clothed man carried a blood blade on his back, wearing a mask as he looked coldly at the white-clothed youth before him. Young man, the Universe Primal Chaos Tablet is the most profound and difficult to study out of the 52 tablets. It simultaneously tests both time and space comprehension. With your attainments in space, you can even attempt the 9th level. However, your comprehension of the law of time is only at the 3rd or 4th level. I advise you to continue comprehending the law of time and improve your comprehension of the law of time before coming back. The white-clothed youth was expressionless, his eyes cold. Hwah! He slowly pulled out the blood blade on his back. The blue-clothed man shook his head. Wong. The surrounding area immediately became blurry. Space and time were manipulated at the same time, even though the white-clothed youth instantly created over 10,000 images. His head was still pierced by the blade. 7th level, failure. In the center of the island, the only person who could directly witness this scene, the watchman Bevan shook his head and sighed. Too arrogant. This Bolin is too arrogant. He's probably always been far ahead of others since he was young, far stronger than others. Hence, he has an absolutely arrogant heart. With his comprehension of the space origin laws during the genius battles, his comprehension of space had already surpassed many sector lords, even comparable to some undyings. His comprehension of space is so high. His talent is so high. In theory, the best way is to focus on space, spending all his time and energy, spending all his resources on the space origin laws. The strong are stronger, using his own advantages. That way, he might have a chance to become a space knight. It's a pity he's too arrogant. Hence, before the genius battles, he had already begun to study the wind-space laws, using the wind as a springboard to study time. The most important choice in Primal Chaos City, choosing one of the 52 Primal Chaos tablets to train with. In theory, our virtual universe company has always respected the choices of every genius. However, back then, we still made an exception to converse with him, persuading him to spend all his time and energy on space. Choosing a tablet that focuses on space, like Luo Feng's 9-universe tablet, is extremely suitable for Bolin. However, he's too arrogant. Extreme confidence, he doesn't listen at all. He still chose the hardest universe Primal Chaos tablet. The watchman Bevan sighed. Many people felt regretful. What kind of terrifying talent was that? After Primal Chaos City's training, Luo Feng's Earth body could at most unleash a few hundred images. Bolin, on the other hand, was able to summon thousands of phantoms in the genius battle. If Bolin were to study the 9-universe Primal Chaos tablet, he would probably be able to completely comprehend the raindrop diagram and drizzle diagram in an extremely short amount of time and directly study the rainstorm diagram. In terms of spatial innate talent, he was even more terrifying than Lien Luo. It was a pity. Those who were too talented would also have an overly arrogant heart. He's anxious. His arrogance is making him anxious. Finally, someone of his generation is starting to catch up to him. The watchman Bevan looked at the distant universe Heavenly Bridge and said softly, he's probably never had a taste of such a feeling since he was young. The last time in Primal Chaos City, Luo Feng passed the 5th level and he immediately rushed to the 6th level. Fortunately, he succeeded. His pride is protected. However, this time, in a short 2 years, Luo Feng passed the 6th level. He's panicking again, rushing to the 7th level without any confidence. Unfortunately, I wasn't as lucky as last time. He failed. The 7th level is much, much harder than the 6th. He lost in one move. Failure. He's finally caught up, This may be a good thing for him. The watchman Bevan said softly, "Let's see if this Bolin will fall from grace. Or will it be because of Luo Feng's competition that he sees himself more clearly?" Yixiang Mountain was still peaceful. Wuka, Rongjun, Luo Feng, and the others didn't even know about Bolin's attempt to pass the 7th level and his failure. When Bolin suffered a huge setback, he could only silently endure it. Luo Feng's mood was extremely good. Absorbing the 2nd crystal successfully, comprehending the 12th wonder, and now passing the 6th level of the Heavenly Bridge. "I'm really lucky." Luo Feng, his wife, father, mother, son, and a large group of people were having a reunion dinner at Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-Star Bay. After which, he smiled and arrived at Fantasy Ocean. Fantasy Ocean, Luo Feng stood by the sea. His heart was like a mirror. Even a speck of dust that landed on it would be clearly visible. This state allowed one to see one's true self. It was because of this. He laughed when he should, raged when he should, and didn't hesitate to kill when he should. His heart was like a blade, causing him to be even more decisive and not procrastinate. "I've been in a huge pit for 2 years. I've been suffering from the killing aura willpower that's getting stronger and stronger. Under such training, my willpower has become stronger and stronger. My control has also become stronger. Let's see, what's the result of passing Fantasy Ocean's 10th island?" Luo Feng smiled and rushed into the sky, swiftly flying into the ocean. Fantasy Ocean was currently the place where Luo Feng gained the most points. After passing the 9th island successfully, Luo Feng gained a huge amount of points, 51,100. Just the 9th island alone was 25,600 points. The 10th was 51,200 points. And the points for the Heavenly Bridge were pitifully little. Passing the 6th level was only 3,200 points. After all, there was no longer the 10 times reward from Primal Chaos City. Once he missed that reward, he would never get it again. This was also why, when Luo Feng went to class, people wanted to exchange points with him. Fantasy Ocean and Heavenly Bridge were both hard to pass. It was just that Luo Feng's consciousness was sick, golden horned beast consciousness, and his willpower was terrifyingly strong, with the guidance of his 2 brothers, plus his own talent. Hence he had such accomplishments in Fantasy Ocean. Fantasy Ocean's 10th island. So, Luo Feng descended from the sky, landing on one of the mountains on the 10th island that was only a few hundred meters tall. "It's here." Luo Feng focused and looked up at the sky. Finally, the endless illusions along with a heart-palpitating pressure descended. This endless pressure was almost like a mountain that covered the land and skies smashing down. Luo Feng's willpower control caused that consciousness to immediately condense, constantly compressing and condensing into a diamond. His consciousness and willpower as one, it could also be called a mental state. Rumble. The mountain of pressure came crashing down, smashing onto the incomparably condensed mind. The condensed mind only lasted for a moment before shattering with a loud bang and dissipating in an instant. The 10th island's pressure is simply too strong. Even though I've improved quite a bit these past 2 years, this bit of improvement against the 10th island's pressure, it's still crushed. I still have to continue working hard. The 50,000 points on the 10th island isn't that easy to get. Luo Feng wasn't discouraged at all, because he was different from Boran. Boran had always been number 1. However, Luo Feng had never been number 1 before. On Earth, he wasn't considered number 1 amongst the dojo students. After becoming a fighter, the most dazzling ones were Hong and Thunder God. Even after entering the elite training camp, Luo Feng still wasn't number 1. In the genius battles, be it the elimination, universe country battles, or the overall pinnacle battles, Luo Feng had never been number 1 before. Because he had never been number 1. Hence to Luo Feng, failure was a chance to reflect on his failures. It allowed him to reflect on why he failed and learn from his mistakes to improve. One who had always been number 1, the most dazzling genius of the universe genius battles. One who had never been number 1. Even Babata, who was familiar with him, thought it would be hard for him to make it into the top 1,000. Right now, they were neck and neck. Blood River Continent, the most mysterious and vast region, ancient god ruins, huge pit quarters. I've been training in this huge pit for over 2 years. I've always been focused on training. Back when I first came, I was prepared to explore the bottom of the huge pit. However, I haven't done so in these 2 years. Luo Feng stood at the edge of the tunnel, looking at the endless aura and the endless abyss below. This was a terrifying, huge pit. Just its outer diameter alone was close to 10,000 kilometers. In its depth, it had always been unknown. Let's take a good look and see what's inside. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. A normal black stone beside the entrance immediately vanished into his internal world. This black stone was actually transformed from the Masha clansman. The Masha clansman had countless transformations. Its natural ability, clone, allowed its energy to transform into many different forms. Down. Luo Feng leapt down and followed the shocking gravity force below, descending continuously. Endless abyss, its diameter was already 10,000 kilometers. How deep was it? 5,000 kilometers. The wind howled beside his ears. Luo Feng continued to descend. He was shocked within. I've already descended 5,000 kilometers, and I still haven't seen the bottom? The aura is still so thick. Who? Luo Feng's shocking speed of descent created a resistance force that finally reached equilibrium with the gravity force. He continued to descend at a stable speed. It changed? The thickness of the aura changed? The descending Luo Feng was shocked. This is about 9,000 kilometers deep. Kill. Endless killing aura willpower rushed into Luo Feng's consciousness. The strength of the attack was actually doubled. Not just the killing aura willpower, even the aura's thickness was doubled. Who? Luo Feng continued to descend. This huge pit, just how deep is it? Luo Feng continued to descend deeper into the abyss. The thickness of the aura is gradually increasing. The deeper he descended, the more he felt it increase. Right now, it's already close to 3 times that of my huge pit quarters. He had already descended close to 15,000 kilometers. Not right. Luo Feng's expression changed. Shua. His entire being immediately stopped in the endless abyss. Luo Feng's expression was serious. He frowned. Weaker? The thickness of the aura has weakened? Since he started descending from 9,000 kilometers, it had instantly become twice as strong, after which it continued to grow until it reached 3 times as strong. That was the peak. Luo Feng continued to descend, only to find that the aura was weakening. The area with the strongest aura density is actually the center of the huge pit and not the bottom. Luo Feng was curious, after which he flew upwards, searching for the area with the highest aura density. P.S. Chapter 1 has arrived. He had recovered from the extreme fatigue from 2 days ago. Chapter 5:27. It's here. Luo Feng floated in mid-air, feeling the density of the aura around him. The higher I go, the lower the density. The lower it goes too. Luo Feng looked ahead. The red aura was slowly flowing. The depth he was at was where the aura was the thickest. However, the entire abyss was too vast, and he was just sticking to the side of the cliff. I'm at the edge of the abyss. How thick is the center? Luo Feng carefully flew towards the center of the endless aura, moving at about 100 kilometers per second. As he got closer to the center, the density is rising. The aura density is actually rising again. 3, 5 times. 4 times. 4, 5 times. 5 times. 6 times. As he got closer to the center, the killing aura's density became more and more shocking. The killing intent that rushed into his consciousness also became more and more terrifying. It was as though countless killing demons were howling. The howls of the demons were either forceful or formless, constantly tempting Luo Feng's willpower. Too strong. Luo Feng stopped at the 7 times killing aura area, his expression slightly pale, squinting, his gaze like a blade, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This killing aura willpower is simply too terrifying. Endless killing aura willpower filled his consciousness. And compared to it, Luo Feng's willpower was much weaker. Even though it was weak, it was still very strong. Even though this killing aura willpower is still chaotic, with countless amounts of them mixed together, every one of them is extremely strong. Even though I can take it, I'll have to treat it seriously. Luo Feng's expression was serious. In the huge pit quarters, he was constantly being invaded by the killing aura willpower. However, that level of invasion, Luo Feng could still fully focus on studying the origin laws. However now, 7 times the aura density, Luo Feng had to use most of his focus to defend against the invasion. I'll go all out. Let's see how far I can go. Luo Feng slowly flew forward. His flying speed slowed. However, the density rose even faster. The closer he got to the core, the more shocking it became. 8 times the density. Luo Feng suddenly stopped in midair. Hoo. The aura before him was already as red as fresh blood, at a speed visible to the naked eye, constantly spinning into a whirlpool. Whirlpool core. Luo Feng glanced at the killing aura whirlpool 10 kilometers away. The killing aura at the core was so thick it made one's heart tremble, almost like a red sun. At the same time, the whirlpool core emitted an ancient and eternal energy. Even a formless enticement seeped into Luo Feng's soul. Come to me. That formless summoning permeated Luo Feng's consciousness. Get out. Luo Feng's consciousness let out a roar that shook the entire sea of consciousness. In an instant, the seduction that had invaded the depths of his consciousness was completely destroyed and crushed. You actually dare to tempt me. Luo Feng's eyes were sharp, staring at the whirlpool core. I can't go any closer. If I get any closer, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. Luo Feng's expression was serious. Even though he immediately felt the temptation, he had to admit, the temptation of the whirlpool core was much more terrifying than the fantasy ocean's 9th island. Also, that crazy killing intent and willpower was close to Luo Feng's limit. At 7 times the concentration, he felt a lot of pressure. 8 times the density of baleful aura was indeed close to the limit. It was a pure contest of wills. One was Luo Feng's pure willpower and the opponent's endless killing intent. At this time, he was close to his limit. Luo Feng could indeed go all out. Maybe he could even go a little deeper. However, he didn't dare take the risk, because the moment he failed and the killing aura successfully invaded him, he would become a bloodthirsty madman. A true madman, a madman without reason, a madman without thought. That would be equivalent to death. When he was 10 kilometers away from the whirlpool core, Luo Feng chose to retreat. From the looks of it, my willpower isn't strong enough. Luo Feng looked at the blood-like whirlpool before him. If my big brother and second brother were here, I'd probably be able to go even deeper, right? Whirlpool. The whirlpool core is the densest. The further one goes, the thinner it gets. This whirlpool's spiral arm should be at a depth of 9,000 kilometers. Luo Feng simulated a huge whirlpool in his mind, an aura whirlpool with a radius of 1,000 kilometers. That depth of 9,000 kilometers was the outer edge of the whirlpool. Hence the concentration, there was twice that of the huge pit quarters. Any further out, and it would drop to 1-fold. This abyss aura is the densest at the whirlpool core. I wonder just what that red sun-like core is. Luo Feng thought back to the formless temptation of the killing aura willpower that permeated his consciousness. He felt a strange sense of fear. I can't go deeper. At least not now. So, Luo Feng flew close to the wall of the abyss and stuck close to it for 100 m before descending towards the bottom of the huge pit. I want to see just how deep this huge pit is and what's at the bottom. Luo Feng continued to descend. 15,000 kilometers, 20,000 kilometers. The huge pit's depth obviously exceeded its width, and the killing aura at the bottom was almost the same as the aura in the huge pit quarters. Deep within the abyss, there was a protruding platform by the side of the mountain. On it sat a tall silhouette completely covered in bronze armor. Suddenly he opened his eyes and looked into the distance, simultaneously sending a thread of genetic energy to the bottom of the abyss. Lord, someone's coming. Cloud, level pinnacle strength. How do we deal with him? At the bottom of the abyss, the killing aura pervaded the area. Plants and weeds could be seen growing everywhere, and a blood-red palace stood at the bottom. Leave it to me. A rumbling voice swiftly resounded in the bronze armor's ears. Deep within the palace's second level, there were many sealed cages. Within the cages there were all sorts of strange mad roars. Occasionally there were sounds of metal clashing. However, these prisons were each approximately 10 meters tall and 10 meters wide. They were like sealed, cube-shaped coffins. But at this moment, one of the prisons automatically opened. Inside this prison stood a valiant martial artist who was approximately 3 meters tall. His body was slightly hunched, and he carried 2 enormous machetes on his back. However, his hair was messy and his eyes were blood red, without a trace of rationality. Howl, kill! He let out a low roar, like a wild beast. Go, kill the one who disturbed the master's training. A voice resounded. So, the wild beast-like warrior became a beam of light and swiftly rushed out. Luo Feng gently landed, his boots landing on the bottom of the abyss. Moss-type plants. Luo Feng looked at the ground and surveyed his surroundings. This abyss was dead silent. Occasionally he could see some rocks. Obviously they fell from the higher parts of the walls. Don't tell me there's no life here at all. Luo Feng carried his curiosity and began to explore. Of course, he was still very cautious. Every step he took covered 10 kilometers, exploring this extremely vast abyss. Some parts of the abyss were sunken like canyons. Some were protruding like mountains. After all, in terms of area, the area of this abyss was close to Earth's land area. There were thousands of meter-tall mountains, thousands to tens of thousands of meter-wide canyons. They could be seen everywhere. Looks like there's really nothing special here. Dead silence. Luo Feng turned and was about to leave. Suddenly his ears twitched. He could feel an energy swiftly approaching. Immediately that energy became very clear. HM? Luo Feng turned fiercely, staring into the distance. What a mad energy, it's not even trying to hide it. I can feel it from at least 1,000 kilometers away. From the energy, it shouldn't be too strong. Cloud level 9? Or domain level 1 or 2? Luo Feng placed his hand on the blade sheath on his back, simultaneously feeling the energy swiftly approach. Howl! A human silhouette swiftly appeared. A hunched warrior with messy hair appeared. His blood-red eyes were filled with madness and bloodlust, and he pulled out 2 giant machetes in his hands. He's gone mad. Luo Feng immediately deduced. In the killing aura environment, he finally couldn't resist the invasion of the killing aura willpower, and his consciousness was invaded. His entire being has become one that only knows how to kill. He's completely gone mad. Kill, kill. This mad demon savage let out a mad roar from his throat, simultaneously rushing towards Luo Feng. Since he's gone mad, pitiful person, I'll do a good deed and send you on your way. Luo Feng immediately pulled out his blood shadow blade. Clang! The blade was unsheathed. Luo Feng's entire being immediately became a blur, and that mad demon savage's blade slashed right into Luo Feng's blur. Rumble! The ground cracked open. A 1,000 m deep canyon was immediately slashed out. However, that blur dissipated. Obviously, he had missed. Kill! The mad savage immediately turned and waved his blade. Dang! Coincidentally, it collided with Luo Feng's blood shadow blade, causing Luo Feng's entire being to become a silver light, vanishing within the killing aura. What keen senses! Moreover, his saber technique has a faint feeling of the law of Earth. I immediately got close, and he was actually able to easily defend. This mad demon, before he went mad, he seemed to be a powerful warrior. Luo Feng retreated quickly and vanished, and that mad demon savage madly roared as he rushed over. Kill! Kill! Just the energy released by the two gigantic machetes was enough to shatter countless mountain rocks. His pair of blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings. At the same time, his formless spirit energy spread out to search for Luo foam. An incomparably beautiful blade light flashed. It was so beautiful it made one's heart tremble. Space seemed to freeze at this moment. This blade light was silver in color, and at the tip of the blade was threads of gold. Such a beautiful blade light bloomed. Chi! The blade light pierced through that mad demon savage's neck, after which a sharp blade light pierced into his body, directly hitting the life core, causing it to explode. Kill, kill, kill. The mad demon savage's head fell to the ground, his mouth moving slightly, unconsciously muttering the word kill. His neck was still spewing blood, simultaneously falling to the ground. Shua! Luo Feng's body condensed and stood there, looking at the corpse on the ground, silent. 2 chapters completed, the beginning of the month. Those with monthly votes, please support me. Thank you.